And welcome back to our online build series in City Skylines, the new DLC, the town of Fishburg. I am your host and clicker Zerberus. I'm sorry the stream starting a little bit later today. I may move away from having a set starting time just because I realize my life isn't quite as simple as I sometimes would like it to be. Then again, after a almost 10-hour stream yesterday, yeah, I think I've earned maybe an hour late. Unfortunately, what we did have yesterday, the stream cut out about 15-20 minutes before I actually planned ending it, and so we have about 2,000 people, something like that, 1.5–2,000 people that weren't there yesterday. These were, when the stream ended, mostly still level 4 buildings. Now they're generally level 5. Some of them, of course, are still a little bit lower. And I think these 2 or 3 roads didn't exist yet. But we're basically still doing the same thing, just generating a little bit of population so that we can get up to 55,000 and start thinking about things like airports and community clubs. Just finally take a look at some of the new DLC. Not the new DLC, but some of the new mass transport options. And on that topic, we're also more or less at the point where we really need to start thinking about bus lines, because we now have a train line that runs here, here, and here, as well as metro lines going basically the same route, but with stations in between. So when we take a look here, for example, the metros are transporting 1,200 people a week. We may... So far, it looks like capacity is okay. Every so often you get one that's completely filled, just depending on where people are going. But for the most part, I think that'll peter out. This station in particular is very highly used. And that, yeah, okay, that's our main access hub, so to speak, so that's to be expected that there's a lot of traffic coming from there. But also going to there. Yeah. Exactly. Here we have there were 99 people that wanted to get on, and there were also like 96 that jumped off. So, yeah, they took everybody with them. That is perfect. So we're running at a nice number of vehicles there. Train lines also, we're doing less than we used to be doing with the train lines. I'm guessing probably because the metro is also basically going the same route, but with that stop in the middle. So the train lines are really only interesting for people that really just want to go the longer distance, whereas the metro, again, gives you that stop in the middle. And we're basically at the point where we need to start considering connecting some of this up with bus lines. Just having... And these really fill up stupidly fast. Now it's both of them. Used to only be one. I mean, yeah, obviously they're just going to take all their trash now and just dump it over that waste transfer facility, but I think what we're going to do, we're actually going to solve that problem completely and just put another waste processing complex right here. I'm getting sick and tired of having to empty those every 10 minutes. Where would the farmland be? Farmland would be right there, so we don't want the waste processing complex right in there, obviously, because it'll cause pollution, and we don't want to have, like, purple corn. Trees are less of an issue, so we'll just plop that in. That's the wrong one. Damn, these things are big. Yeah, we'll just plop that in right there. I think we're still far enough away from the farm not to cause huge issues, and that should finally solve the problem with these. And, I mean, we have a large waste complex over here, but it's not a bad idea to have one over here, too. Just so that they also have some sort of a chance of getting rid of their trash. Now we'll just wait until those empty so that we can set them to normal use again. And when that's done, yeah, we'll just play a little bit of a waiting game up to 55k. Maybe flesh in some of this residential zone before we actually go over and build the... we've got sickness here. Why do we have sickness here? I'm going to guess it's because of noise pollution from this leisure area. And that's exactly what it is. Again, that's what I was talking about yesterday. You don't generally want to have residential right next to leisure or tourism because they're just loud. And I think, let's take a look at that district. That district goes to the other side. So if we take that district and only cut it into this one side of the road, that was, in fact, you know what we'll do? Haha. If we're already going to put another commercial district in here, we'll actually go and make that organic and local produce, and that'll give us an additional bit of noise protection, because the organic and local produce is the quietest of all the commercial options. And so what we're basically doing is we're going to use that one to give us just a little bit more commercial area, because we do have a bit of demand. That'll also give us the option of putting a metro station down in here, because the commercial area is now big enough to buffer the noise from the metro station. So I think if we're already doing that and we've already got that thought, we'll actually take a metro station. Definitely gonna have to go underground with this and just plop that in literally right here at the edge. We may wind up with 2 or 3 metro lines. We'll see how that works, but we're definitely, like I say, going to want a metro station in here, just like we have one up here in that little commercial enclave. This train station obviously serves this entire area. We may put another small commercial enclave up in here somewhere. For example, here in this corner where the industrial area used to be. And then we'll probably put another metro station down here in the actual industrial area, just so that people can actually get there. But right now, we'll just let this run a little bit. Watch them put in new commercial buildings there. Yeah, that cost 70 people their homes. No, 100 something apparently it looks like. But we do have high density capacity, so that shouldn't be a major issue. And that should completely stop the noise sickness issues coming from there, with the possible exception of this one high density building. This one and maybe this one might still get problems. I want to get rid of that, just close it. Now they should have torn down the last of the residential that's in there. And now they should be dropping in commercial. In fact, you know what? We'll actually... Sorry that these 2 plots are already filled, but we'll actually take that and turn it into high density. just so we have a guarantee that this area is really actually served reasonably well. Because we do have high density over here, so that means there is going to be actual demand. Organic coffee and tea. And it also has the nice advantage that it adds some additional parking as well, because green buildings, for some mysterious reason, seem to have more parking than most other commercial buildings. If we look over here in the tourist area, is this a tourist area? No, that's a residential area. That's no-go. But if we look here in the tourist area, for example, you've got hotels. Almost nothing here really has any reasonable parking, except for like some of the cafes and things like that. They have some parking spots. If you look at standard commercial, which is out over here, again, relatively little in the way of parking every so often. I mean, here, for example, that noodle restaurant or Oriental Market I put up, that's actually a significant amount of the parking in this area up here. Or if you go to the leisure area, for example, or leisure, again, we're gonna get that just about every time. You also don't have very much in the way of parking, even though these are theoretically going to be areas where a lot of people are going to want to go. So, I always find it a little bit curious that specifically the organic and local produce, where it says green building, why those basically incentivize vehicle use when you think about it. But I mean, I don't have to understand everything. I just have to understand enough to actually get the game running and build a city. I think, but I mean, we've also hit, again, we've hit 55,000 soon. And I think this is also where we need to start just plopping in like trees and things like that, just to make, like, for example, these little back areas here look a little bit more, yeah, real. Because what we have right now is we have a skyline that looks somewhat realistic, but what we really don't have is really just the normal details you would have, like trees here in the back. This doesn't look too bad. These are just mostly trees, probably that came with the buildings that plopped in or that grew in, and some of these are going to be residual trees from where it was from the land that was originally there, and that actually looks reasonable. That looks a bit like you would have like in a backyard suburban setting. We may want to put a few more trees in there just to fill it up, or some benches or something. Like maybe they could make it seem like there are like little parks back in here or something. Or for example, here we could just put like a super massive gathering tree type thingy, or maybe even just a path that goes back in. That would also be an idea. Just run paths through here and make them into actual little, pedestrian parks, so to speak. Again, that's definitely something we need to start looking at, especially here in the low density areas where you can really see how empty it is compared to this sprawl. Because over here, you won't really notice. You'll notice in blocks like this, and there we're definitely going to put some in. In fact, just as a little, we'll actually just start right here with that specific one, just right now. And again, we don't want to do anything completely over the top. Just drop in a few trees every so often, just so. Maybe put a path in here because it's already opened up between those two buildings. Just a little gravel walking path. Deactivate snapping. And just run that back in here, for example. In fact, we can even take a park path with decorations. Again, it's not an actual park, but Although we could actually make that into a little park, but that gives us, that doesn't really do anything except make it more expensive to go in. And then from there, we just have like a little gravel path coming over here. Toss in maybe a bench or two. Just make it look like this was all put back there on purpose. Is that bench the way we want it? No, that's actually turned around. Although we can put one over here too. And we have this little plaza back here, so that actually all fits well. Put a bench there. Flip this one around, put another one here. Put some trash bins up. Just so that people can actually use this place for something reasonable. I mean, obviously you're not actually going to get many people coming in back through here, but that just looks more natural now. It looks like something somebody would have actually done on purpose. Put a park tile in here maybe, just to fill in that area. That doesn't look quite the way I want it to. Let's get rid of that. Do we maybe have a different tile in a different park that I like more? Yeah, that zoo ground, that's just too dark. If that were a bit lighter, that would work nicely. Although it looks like a little patch of black asphalt when you think about it, so we'll actually just drop that like right here. Nah, that's more of an eyesore than anything else. So we'll just go to standard I have to hide something 101 and use trees. Trees are just beautiful for hiding those little mistakes, or the little spots like that where you just think, ah, that looks so empty. And that now looks a lot more like it would look in a real actual city, because you have room there that's not really being used for anything, so you just get some little props and stuff and just drop them in. Like here, a picnic table. Oh, that's right, because we're over in the wrong one. Obviously we want a trash bin over there as well. Maybe put a flower planter back here. Yeah, whoever owns that office building just happens to like flowers, and maybe put one or two back here as well. Food stall back here probably isn't a good idea, but a little sandbox, for example, that's what we were looking for basically for one of these areas. It's like a sandbox.
Hi, I'm Greg, owner and
That's
founder
not
of
gonna look
Steel
right
Range
there
Brands.
anymore, but it
Due
is
to
gonna look
unusually
right
short fingers,
here.
which are a characteristic of my family line, I was unable to place spots at the elite level I would have liked to. Instead, I invested my energy into getting you the lowest prices possible on athletic gear. Unlike the local sports
And there's
teams,
another. You have
can
another
count on
sandbox.
us
What does this one
every
look
year.
like?
I
Can we
fight
get a
every
good
day to get you
view
the
on it?
best deals. I'll never
Let's
drop the ball on
forego
prices,
that.
and that's because low prices
The old
and my
cannon
customers'
probably
happiness
isn't something we
are
need
not
with it, but I think
affected by
that
the short
sandbox there
fingers
is actually
mentioned
enough.
earlier in the
Because that gives you a little place
Just
for the
remember,
kids.
when
You've
the
got a little
game's
place
on
to
the
sit
line,
over
who
here.
you count on? Steel for
Again, it's probably
sports.
never going to be used by
That's all.
anybody
Check
in the
out our
history
ad
of
in
the
the weekly
city,
nickel.
but it just looks
Dinosaurus,
nicer.
the only restaurant with a service
I
of
actually don't even know
dinosaurs.
where we did that
Oreo is serving
anymore.
you. You'll think a
Already,
T-Rex is serving you
already,
tea
yeah,
bags.
right over
A
here. Yeah.
pterodactyl is serving you teriyaki. That a brontosaurus is serving you chili dogs. Every dish is an archaeological
I like that.
find, like our Stegogetti. our Raptor Burger Rex, or the pile of crumbled sticky brownies adventurously named the Dino Droppings. So, take a trip into the wild at Dinosaurus. You can dine in or dine-o.
So there we've got the foggy residence.
Powerful tools we have to influence our days. Even if things aren't going your way, focus on the bright side.
Again, what we're really doing now for the most part is just waiting for this number to go up to 55,000 so that we can start looking at some of our flying options. We definitely want to put the new Metropolitan Airport out in here somewhere. That's basically a no-brainer.
Here's a track to set the mood. As always, I'm Deep Thought.
And obviously we're going to want the Aviation Club somewhere close to that. And currently the general idea is once again to build this up as as some low density commercial, put some low density residential back in here, just to give us a little bit of a reasonable view when we come in off of the ocean. Because okay, we can't do that from here, but just when you look at it from here, obviously if we go straight up to high density here, that's just gonna look wrong. And actually this even almost looks wrong because you've got these low buildings directly next to the big ones. I'm almost considering putting in some high density housing in these areas, but locking it off from upgrading to level 5 so that it stays lower, so that it stays like more in this type of estate. Although that is also a level 5 building, it's just a small one, just so that we get some kind of what you'll normally see in real cities, if you look at them, is you'll have like a stairway effect, so to speak. That you've got these low buildings, like here for example. This is commercial and not residential, but you get the point. And then it moves to buildings that are like a little bit higher, like for example these ones here on the side. That's actually pretty nice. And then that goes on for a few hundred yards, and then you get to the big city center. We're probably not going to be able to effectively do that completely. Although, yeah, this is basically what I'm talking about, actually. This kind of an effect. It just starts down a bit lower, and then the buildings get higher and higher until you actually finally get into the city center. But that is, as far as game mechanics go, that's a cosmetic thing and not a... it's not something that has any real noticeable impact on gameplay or the mechanics, other than the fact that you're worrying about it, that you're taking it into consideration. Can I get that in anywhere else? Can I maybe still get just a little bit out of this? We probably can't move that. We probably won't even want to. Yeah, I don't think this ore industry is going to be around very much longer. And we have reached Metropolis, so let's just pause it quick. We had this nice ore industry running, but we're just running out of ore. So this is basic. We're going to keep this as ore industry, but we're not going to... what's the word I'm looking for? But obviously we're not going to be producing any ore more domestically, so that may actually wind up being a problem. Although if I put a second one of these in here and just import, can we import the raw materials? Can be imported at a cost and can be exported for money. Okay. And that thing is actually already set to fill. So yeah, the ore industry is just, yeah, it's running out of ore, and for that reason it's dying out. But I don't think that's going to be a huge problem in the long term. It's mostly going to just be a problem now, so to speak. So, do we have another tile? Yes, we do. I don't want to actually buy one right now, though. I just wanted to see if we actually had one. Although we can think about where we might want to go in the future. I'm thinking we might want to take this, just so we have the whole coast up here. Maybe over here. We have 2 tiles left, so if we take this one, that wouldn't be too bad. Again, we're gonna put our airport over here. It's just this nice wide open space. It's basically a no-brainer, and then we'll run a second in fact, we'll curve this highway back. Yeah, that's exactly what we'll do. We'll curve this highway back up through here, and just make that kind of our internal ring. Why didn't I think of that before? Yeah, that's a nice idea. That's a really nice idea. In fact, I think we'll start work on that right now. Even though the original plan was to look at some of our public transportation and aircraft options, I think before we do that, we'll run that highway so that we know where we can put the airport reasonably well. And then over here, it's also going to have to make a somewhat tighter turn. No, we want the curved and freeform tool, please. Run it to about there, and then... yeah, that's nice. We'll run this straight so we actually get a real bridge. We don't want to run it too far, though. And I'd like to keep these supports away from the direct coast. In fact, here we can run straight. Significantly de-stress that. That's about where we want the supports to be. In fact, we'll do it. Yeah, we'll run it up there. We'll curve this just a little bit more. So that we can actually run it over the harbors, just straight up. Like that. Exactly like that. Because that way we don't lose the ability to... what do I say? To put more harbors or anything in there. We'll run that to here. That should make the posts line up reasonably well on both sides. And then we'll just curve this back into here. That looks reasonable. They're diverging a little bit, but that's not something you'd never see in a city. And with a slightly different height, that actually looks nice, to be honest. So, and then here, we want to take this highway and just extend it. In fact, we'll go straight up to here. Then start curving it up towards where we expect to put the airport. And then come back down. and complete the circuit. I think that's gonna look just fine. No, we don't want to have it straight enough to have the bridge. We actually want to forego the bridge this time. And here we'll try to actually stay reasonably close to the other highway. That was a mistake. And then from there on, we'll just run a straight chunk right to here. And so now we have our main ring highway, where people can actually just go literally around the entire city if they want to. We have sickness here. Why do we have sickness here? Once again, we get the whole... yeah, this is noise. I guarantee it. This is tourist buildings, and there's, of course, the railroad over here. So yeah, they're just going to be completely inundated with noise, right? Yeah, once again, the things I keep warning about come back to bite me the hardest. So we'll just turn this into a little organic produce district again. We'll go for high density this time. Districting brush, districting brush, districting brush. Yeah, because that's just this district that's just way too big. I mean, obviously at the time it was not an issue because there are no other districts or anything next to it. But now that we want to put something else in there, it actually is an issue. In fact, we'll turn these into local and organic produce as well. Little potato dealer under the bridge. Hey man, you want fish? I got fresh fish. Really fresh. Basically, that's the level they're going to be starting to work at. So, organic and local, and now we're going to rezone that to high density commercial. Oh, that noise complaint should be gone as soon as his house gets torn down. And now let's look at this area. This is basically just pre-made for one road out, one road in, just go straight to the airport. I mean, this. Let's see what kind of airports we have though first, because I really want to use this, the Metropolitan Airport, but we need 70,000. I was about to say, you gotta be kidding me that that's that small. It's not. The International Airport also needs 70,000, so those are actually not options. There's the Cargo Airport Hub. That's what we want to put it actually down here, because we want to once again use the train line. So a normal cargo airport, but just so we can see what kind of room we would need. Yeah, we're gonna have to flatten basically this area for it. Not an issue, just so that we know. And here we're also constantly getting sloped too steep, so no matter what we do, no matter what airport, airfield, whatever we put in, we are going to have to do a little bit of terraforming, just level everything out. We may get away with just softening the terrain, but we'll probably have to actively level it. And again, same thing over here. Trying to think which way that would make most sense. Yeah, probably with the runway set up that direction. That means we'd have to move the train line over, but I mean this is dead anyway. This is just so it looks just there, so it looks there. In fact, on that topic, wasn't there like a... Oh yeah, I think we already bulldozed way over that. There was like a Stonehenge or something like that. Yeah, right here. Some of it may still exist. No, I think we... Because I noticed yesterday in a little video from somebody else that there's... And I think it was on this map that like that little circle here actually had like little Stonehenge. Monoliths, artifacts, however you want to call them, like in the middle. And apparently... Yeah, no, Stonehenge has become Stephen Bridge. Well, at least it still starts with S. Okay, so now we've taken a look at the options we have and realized that none of them are actually worth anything to us right now. We simply need more growth for them to be viable options. What's the story on this? Yeah, this is still being used, still filling up nicely. Still got idiots that think the rules don't apply to them. But unfortunately, we don't have... Or do we? No, I don't think we have a one-lane, one-way road. Do we? No, two-lane gravel road is the closest we can get. And so we're not going to be able to get rid of this lane switching over here, which is a bit unfortunate. I mean, but then again, things like that are the reason that this is all set up the way it is with this long sponge. Just so that if they want, they can actually back up in 2 lanes up to here. If we had the network extensions mod, we would actually have a 1-lane road that we could use for this, but it could be worse. And I mean, it goes straight to a 2-lane highway on the way out, so some of them actually immediately switch lanes here, and then they just zip on out to wherever they came from. So, I mean, what we definitely want to do, or are going to do if nothing else, and so we can really actually start with that, is to fill up this area with high density residential again. So just another block like that just streams over here. And since we're going to do that anyway, we may as well, if nothing else, just put in the roads. We don't actually want to have all of them connect over, just like every second one. Because if all of them connect over, that's, well, probably won't cause significant issues now that I think about it. Except that, of course, we'll have traffic lights everywhere. So basically, now we get to run around and undo 10 million traffic lights again. Get rid of that one, get rid of that one, of course, and that one, and definitely don't forget about that one. And then we do the same thing over here. Da-ding, da-ding, da-ding. Bada bing. And that should be all of them. I don't think we left any up yesterday. If we did, we'll find out soon enough. So, what does the traffic overall look like? It's still at 82%. This road has now become a bit of an issue. And why? Is there a traffic light here, or just... No, it's just masses of people. So what we really need to do is put up some pedestrian crossings. Not necessarily now, but definitely in the midterm. just to allow people to get wherever they need to go without blocking up traffic over here on this road. But still, it's overall, it's still reasonably okay. We've got some heavy red in some spots, but again, I don't consider a traffic flow of 82% to be a problem, especially not when you're playing unmodded. It's basically just, okay, this is... what is going on there? Are they using that to turn around? Please say no. No, they're not. They're just coming in straight here.
Lights, camera, movie. There's nothing like watching
Definitely
a movie
some
to take you to another place or time. And there's
weird
no
traffic
better place to watch
solutions
them
at
go
some
in cinema.
points.
And no better time than the time it takes you to get from where you are to where we are. You'll break box office records of fun as you take a trip to Tinseltown Movieville, USA. Action, cut, quiet on the set.
That's not really working out as well as I wanted it to either.
Is the movie. That high-pitched shuttle drone is normal.
In
It's the
fact,
sound your
we
ears hear
may...
when there's nothing for your ears to hear here.
This is
So come on
only...
down and enjoy the movies where
They
everyone's
really
a star.
only need one lane, to be honest. So maybe we can
This is
solve
your boy,
that,
Deep Thought, thanking you
or at
personally
least
for joining us at the Deep
make it
Focus channel.
better by converting this down to one lane, just to make them flow in a little better. In fact, we'll convert this to one lane as well, and this to two. Does legitimately appear to be working at least a little better. Except that they're getting a bit of a problem here. You know what? That I might be able to solve. I've got an idea. This is probably going to be our downfall. But we'll just try it and see what happens. So then this definitely needs to be a 2-lane. Obviously. Otherwise they're just going to completely screw each other up. And then make this another 1-lane again. I'm not sure that's an improvement. What happens if I turn this into a 2-lane? Screws it up even more. Okay, so we'll stick with our original solution. Which is 1 lane there, 1 lane there, and 1 lane here. You get a feeling... Oh, that's okay, that's not going back too far, and it's probably going to zip out for the most part. You know what, we need to make this 2 lanes after all. This is not going to work as 1 lane. I still can't... Oh, I can go up to 4 with that, so then we'll make that 2, that 3. and that 4. I always thought, because the bridge starts here. Okay, I always thought I wasn't going to be able to do that, to put that up to 4. Well, that solves everything, as we can very clearly see. Thinking about convoluted, oh, how do I take this road down strategies, when the obvious idea was just to add 1 lane. If I just would have known, that would have been an option. Did I ever mention I'm noobing my way through this? Probably on at least 1 or 2 dozen occasions. Huh? What? Oh, exactly. Let's take a look at some of our more basic services. Everything seems to be running well as far as garbage goes. Yeah, we can turn those back on. Exactly. It'll definitely help other people get rid of their trash. Electricity. We still have 400 megawatts more than we need. Water is starting to become an issue again. So we'll just nip that in the bud before it even gets that far. And as I've said before, these pumps actually can really change the water flow, and here you can actually see it. The water used to come out here and actually flow in this direction, and the water pumps here are so strong that they're not just drawing all the water from here and from here, but they're actually slightly reversing the flow of the river. So what we actually have, we no longer have a mountain river that was going out in this direction, but actually we've gotten to the point where it sucks water in from here. So basically this is all dead water now in the middle, where it used to be a river that flowed, and we're just sucking in water from everywhere we can possibly get it. Wonder what direction, can we see a flow direction on those? No, we can't. I get a feeling the flow direction on those is going to be like just barely still out to sea. Although, no, I actually doubt that, because even these, yeah, even these are actually flowing very lightly in this direction. That's how much water we're sucking up just here, is enough to actually reverse all of the water flow out to sea. That is insane. What's the problem here? Don't tell me not enough fish. You're kidding, right? Not enough fish. That is like the last thing I expected to hear from Zoidberg's Gourmet Anchovies. And that is definitely a major issue. Can they just not get there anymore? No, that's not a problem, because they have a road here. They're just... Have we de-incentivized putting fish up there? Or are all of these suddenly running at 0% efficiency? No, they're still catching fish just fine. They're just not bringing them to Zoidberg anymore. Ah, yes they are. Apparently just not as fast and in the amount that I would have previously expected. And you can see now that our ore industry is gone, we've actually lost a significant chunk of our income. Wait a sec, there was No, that mine also dried up, that's right. This is the last mine that's still actually doing anything. And I think there's still one over here. Yeah. And it's not even enough to keep all of our plants operating. So, yeah, we can basically start shutting this industry down completely. And as soon as those mines empty, we will. Then we'll just zone this all as ore industry. We'll keep it zoned as ore industry, but we'll just change it to generic buildings and maybe a few warehouses for commercial goods. But nothing of any actual industry's DLC imports, so to speak, with the exception of the warehouses that were, of course, introduced with that DLC. But yeah, that industry is going to die. But we can still insanely expand our fishing industry if we want to. And considering that Zoidberg was having a problem getting fish, that may be something that we want to do. Obviously, we can't get any more down in here. Oh, wait a second. If we put in a new sucky pump, so to speak, we obviously want to add water treatment as well, wherever we still can. So now that's hooked up. So that shouldn't be a problem. This will remain our water and waste area for the most part. And over here we actually still have standard industry, like things like print shops or good old Frank's Fish Stick Factory. No, this is Best Parts for a change. Or a box store, for example, I think was back here somewhere. Actually, I'm fairly certain there was a box store back here. Although, no, I think they've relocated since. Not that that matters. Again, the really important thing back here is waste water treatment. Also because this is actually reasonably well connected to the highway in the other... Is this reasonably well connected to the highway in the other direction? That's actually a good question. If I'm here and I want to get here, or rather I want to get here, my current best option is actually to go that way. And that's not necessarily a good option. That may also explain some of our other traffic issues. The question is, how can I reasonably solve that? Although, wait a second, they can... Yeah, they can actually go from here around here and get on the highway, so that's actually not too bad. I'm not sure anybody actually does that yet. Likely not, because they do have a waste transfer facility or two over here of their own. Where are those anyway? Why am I looking this way when I could just probably click on something and find it? But I think I already know where it is anyway. No, I don't. No, that's where it is. Exactly, I put that here. And that's why there's commercial over there. Yeah, it's 35% full, operating normally. And that's actually what I think is so weird. You've got one waste transfer facility here, which is serving this entire area. There may be another one up here. And you've got two down here serving basically this area, and these two keep filling up. I don't have to understand it, but Exactly, and we'll, since we're already at it, we'll just dump in a mass zoning of high density over here. Just drive these markets and commercial areas down here completely insane with customers. And then of course we'll eventually have more roads that connect over to the other side as well. We're basically just going to use this as our main road inside. This is, so to speak, this is the highway basically takes people over and will every so often transfer onto this road or off of it. And we may actually put a second one over here just to make sure. And then from these roads, we'll actually have the actual local roads going off. So basically we're finally starting to actually remember a bit of road hierarchy when we build, instead of just building randomly and expecting the traffic to somehow work itself out. Well, we can actually control it. We just have to think about it when we're building. So now we'll just let this fill in a little bit. I get a feeling the commercial's probably going to fill in before the residential will. And again, we are getting industry demand again. And I actually know how we can solve some of that, because a lot of the things that we've removed up here we haven't actually replaced with anything. Exactly. So that gives them the opportunity to just put in a little bit more in the areas that we've already emptied. Won't replace the workspaces, but yeah, and that's our last mine emptied. So we can empty this.
Yakisoba, the noodle masters. No matter what stage of life you're in,
This is set
we
for
have the
metals.
perfect noodles for you.
Empty this.
From birthday noodles to wedding noodles.
This is also set
all
for
the way
glass.
to those most final
No, we can still
noodles.
leave it set for glass,
Every
but
occasion
empty
has
it.
a noodle at Yakisoba, so experience something different. Yakisoba.
And then when those are
literally
actually
means
empty, then
fried noodles.
yeah. Then we'll
It might come as a surprise to some of you.
slowly start to completely tear down the industry as these buildings, one by one, end up with no raw materials left to actually make anything.
It's tempting to attribute the success of others to luck or inborn talent, but in fact, every admirable achievement is backed by hours of practice and dedication. Don't assume that you're simply
This mine is actually still outputting, but not much. 1,600 units a week, that's basically nothing. And it's the last mine that's still working.
This is the Deep Focus channel.
Hurts a bit to see this industry go, seeing as it was such a strong motor of growth for such a long time, but yeah, things change. And again, we're probably gonna, well, not probably, we're really gonna have to start putting in another industry area over here. I think that's probably the next thing we'll actually get to, is slowly setting up Tegrity farms. And yes, if this weren't vanilla, I would probably plop in farms that fit more with the name Tegrity, if you know the South Park connection that's going on there. In fact, in some of my other cities, you remember Zoidberg's Anchovies, of course, and I've spoken about Futurama 2 or 3 times already. Still not getting enough fish. I really cannot understand that. They were getting so much fish for so long. What's the story on the market? 90 fish last week. I don't see a major issue. We'll keep an eye on it. And there are mods that, for example, have like the Planet Express building as a bus station or a bus depot. Sorry. The interesting thing being, if you place that in, it doesn't actually replace a normal bus depot. You still have to place a normal bus depot. But if you put the Planet Express building in, you can replace your buses with Planet Express ships, which is kind of hilarious. Or you can have the Planet Express ship as a cargo vehicle, and that's also kind of hilarious when you just see the Planet Express ship just suddenly going across above the road, like 10 yards maybe. It's literally above the traffic, but it's acting, of course, like a normal vehicle would, except that as a result of the physics, you get these huge left and right swings, because obviously it's much higher up, and it still has the same angles that it would as if it were like a normal truck. And so instead, those 2 degrees or 3 degrees that it maybe leans over, that translates to like a 4 or 5 yard swing in each direction. It looks actually kind of cute. You do have to wonder whether or not Fry might be flying, though, or possibly even Bender. And you can actually even add it in as a... I'm not sure whether it was as a cargo or as a passenger plane. But yeah, I don't... the way it lands and takes off is just sometimes so wonky that it doesn't really look right. But since we are preparing for the downfall of this industry, what we can do, or not necessarily the total downfall, but we are expecting to basically reorient, for lack of a better word, the way we work with ores. So yeah, that'll work. Can I connect that up here somehow at all? No, it's not going to let me do that. And I'm probably not going to get that much zoned area next to it either. No, we're not. So maybe run a second one back in here. Just get as much zoning as we possibly can out of this. Yeah, that's not going to help us though. Let's see what we can do down here. Maybe we can add another salmon harbor up in here. Where was that? That was here. I mean, we can definitely add a salmon harbor in here. The question is, will they ever have a... Yeah, that's not going to fit just because that's way too tight. We're not going to have any way to set the lines up to actually run. So if anything, we can put like a seaweed farm or something out here. Too steep. What is that? That's a seaweed farm, yeah, and that's an algae farm, and we also have the same issue. I get a feeling even if we take out that road, we're not going to be able to put those in, so we're not even going to try. Just going to zone some industrial back in here. See if they can't still find like 50 grams of ore somewhere. Although the steel mill is still running, interestingly enough. Yeah, they do all still seem to be running, and that is now empty, so yeah, we can get rid of that completely. and add in some new buildings here. Just so we don't have the huge workplace loss that we would normally expect from basically losing an entire industry. We want to counteract that a bit. And again, as one by one these plants close, we'll wind up replacing them. So what's the story on this residential area? Very slowly coming in. Likely because they don't necessarily have enough jobs over here. Yeah, we have 12% unemployment, so we're actually going to have to do something about that real soon. Basically now. That extra industry up there obviously is going to help a little bit. But what we need to start doing is setting up this to be a massive tourist trap. Or rather, set up part of it to be a tourist trap. Like, for example, just this big chunk here. Now we can zone. No, first we have to district. So how exactly do we want to set this up? We'll set this up with not the biggest brush, but a semi-wide here. Anything within this range of this road is going to be tourist. Except of course for our little local produce enclave over here. In fact, exactly, we'll cut the tourists off here just to make sure they don't cause us any problems with that residential area. Exactly, and we'll make this another line of local produce. In fact, we'll do this even differently. We'll make this into leisure, this side. Get all our bars and everything just directly along the coast. Ivy Square, not much of a square, but we'll leave it. Exactly. Just make that basically the entire beachfront into a party zone, so to speak. No, we'll call it Party Beach, yeah. Just go straight on the nose with that. That's offices, so we want leisure here. tourism here in... Oh, this is already specialized as tourism, that's right. And Butler Square should already be set for organic and local, yeah. So... In fact, we'll only put the organic and local on the other side, so on this side. We'll keep this entire area built up for tourism. Okay, so we have to enlarge that a little bit so that it doesn't get removed. And actually we'll go a little bit further in with this. Just to about here, just so we don't screw them over.
Colossal Ore. We are the leading producer of minerals, ore, and natural resources.
Exactly, on
which
this
means
side
you're
of the road,
benefiting
whoops,
from our services,
that was the
whether
wrong
you
mouse
know
button,
us or
will
not.
be
No matter what our critics say, at Colossal
tourism.
we care about our employees as well as our customers, which is why we work so hard to get our miners
And the
back
other
in
side again will
mines
be
where they
organic
feel
and
at
local
home.
produce.
Together, we
So,
can
and
reunite
now
minerals with the people who love them.
comes the interesting part.
Colossal Ore. More than ore.
Start off with some high density
Hi, I'm
over
Greg,
here
owner
on
and
the
founder
side,
of Steel
on
Frame
each
Spots.
side.
Due to unusually short fingers, which are a characteristic of my family line, I was unable to play spots at the elite level I would have liked to. Instead, I invested my
And go to
energy into getting
low
you
density
the
over
lowest
here,
prices
especially
possible
right here
on
next to
athletic
the
gear. Unlike
next to
the
them.
local sports teams, you can
Although they
count on
should
us
probably
every
wind up
year.
getting
I fight every day to get you the best
organic
deals.
and
I'll
local
never
produce
drop the
anyway.
ball on prices, and that's
In
because
fact, we're
low
going to go for
prices
high
and my
density in
customers'
here for
happiness
exactly
are
that
not
reason.
affected by the short fingers mentioned
Obviously, they want to
earlier
keep
in
their
the
homes,
advertisement.
so we will
Just
allow
remember,
that.
when the game's on the line, who do you count on? Steel
Here we'll
Frame
go for
Spots.
high density
That's
organic
who.
and local.
Check out our ad in the Weekly Nickel.
And now here we'll go for some high density
Deep
tourism.
thoughts. Thought of the day is that you should leave that dial right where it is.
That is from the other side, so we'll take that over here. Actually use the fill tool here instead. So, and now we'll actually alternate. We'll put 2 highs in there. 2 lows. 2 lows and a high. 2 lows, 2 highs. 2 lows, 2 highs. 1 low and 2 highs. Just to give that a little bit of depth. Here we'll go completely for low density because this is starting to get close to where our residential area will be again. That can actually still be high density. And we'll switch back to that tool just because it's a little bit easier. So this should completely satisfy any and all commercial demand, as well as providing us with some much needed workspaces. Especially over here on this side where we don't have much in the way of workspaces anyway. But I think, let's see how that turns out. I get a feeling that's actually going to look pretty nice. The idea being just to have a bit of a concentration camp, so to speak, for the tourists. Concentration camp is obviously not the right word, not the word I'm looking for. Yeah, just to kind of concentrate them in one general area, and not have them just flooding through the entire city constantly, which isn't necessarily a problem, but it will just maybe help us manage some of the traffic a little bit better. And we've got high hotels going in. Exactly, got the bars and things going in on the coast. Then we can make this a more low density spread. Yeah, now it's basically just wait for things to fill in. Because now we have so much commercial and so much residential zone that the people they can't move in fast enough. Which may or may not have something to do with these highway connections. Oh, this is really not starting to look the way I want it to. It's actually not that bad. It's really only that one connection that's causing huge issues. And most of the people moving in should be coming in off of this line anyway. Exactly, put in some services and some parks. What are we at? Healthcare. Yeah, we don't have healthcare down here, so that's obviously something we want to change. Put in a nice big general hospital over here, for example. Kind of sucks for that one building that's up there, so maybe we can... Yeah, but unfortunately that's the only place it's gonna fit. Sorry, dude. It's a story on death care while we're at it. Probably add some elder care over here as well. We don't have much death care at all. So we definitely want to change that. Just add one every few roads. That should sort that nicely. Drop one in up here. And I guess while we're at it, we may as well plop one in over here as well. There and there. And put one in at the very end over there as well. And you can already hear the ping, 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 ping of people upgrading. So that was obviously a good decision. Now we need elder care and child care. I think we'll put the first ones. Can I fit that on this road somehow? Yes, I can. Elder care there. And childcare there. That should sort, yeah, everything except for the very outliers and these people up here. Excellent. Police, I think they may even have enough police and enough fire departments for any eventualities, really. We may add another helicopter park over here at some point. Or over... Yeah, that's right, because they have a problem with fires and things. So what we'll do, we'll add our fire helicopter park over here. That should sort them a good bit better. Because again, their fire station is over here. It's really only there for the harbor. And we've already had one of these burned down, so... Add another police helicopter station. See if we can't get that over here. Because that way we'll also have room for the medical helicopters, which have to go out of a wider plot here. Yeah, so this is our little helicopter park. And because it's another little helicopter park, do we have the little helicopter park? In fact, I know we have the little helicopter park somewhere. Level 1 unique buildings. Just have to find it. Tourism and leisure, probably not. I think it was like a level 3 or a level 4. We may have already built it as well. That's completely within the realm of possibility. Friendly neighborhood park, fountain of life and death. No, here's the helicopter park. And since we don't have much in the way of parks and leisure up here, we'll actually just put that right here. Yeah, because that actually creates a little bit of noise, so that way the noise isn't gonna be as much of an issue for them up here. And we get a little helicopter park next to all of the helicopters. And in fact, while we're at it, that's an idea. We should have access to the helicopter depot. Whoa, that's large. That's very large. What do we have to do with these? To provide helicopters for all lines. Do they have to have stops? Or how do helicopter lines work? Pathways are two-way. And this needs its own access road. You know what? That might not be a bad idea. See if we can't... Ah, that's not an access road. It's... Okay. Why will that fit there? That's curious. Ah, because that's the connection for the pathway. Okay. Okay. Now I'm getting it. We'll just add helicopter tours now, apparently. Because I don't think these are actually public transport. I think these are only tours, but I'm not sure. We'll find out very soon. Definitely want to take that over there, generally to the airport. And in fact, we'll add another one out here, where it's not too close to the residential. We'll actually connect that up to there. See if that doesn't have the desired effect. I'm not a fan of this color. It's not easy to see. Now, do we have to add actual helicopter? Oh, okay, so we don't need a second depot, we need a stop. Okay, now we're starting to figure out how this works. So the helicopters aren't tours, they are actually public transport, so you're going to want your lines to be somewhat effective. How loud is one of those helicopter stops? It's not the quietest thing in the world. But I think, now that I'm starting to get a hang of how this is supposed to work, now that we've figured that out, I wonder if deleting is so stupidly loud for you as it is for me. I can barely hear myself think when I do mass deletes. And so that's why I'm not necessarily talking too much while I do it. Okay, so we've got a helicopter stop there, a helicopter stop here, a helicopter depot here that we need to move somewhere where it actually makes sense. Like, for example, back in here, where just nobody really cares. Or maybe out... Yeah, you know what? We'll actually take a road and put that helicopter depot out here. Oh, we don't want to upgrade it. Because that way it's also a little bit away from the lines themselves. As well as away from the residential area. Okay, so where do we have helicopter stops now? We've got one there, we've got one here. I'm actually going to put a metro right next to that if we're already at it. Basically give us overland and underland transport directly to the party beach. So let's get back to the helicopters. We've got one there, we've got one there, we've got one there. We're eventually going to have one here. And helicopters are fast, so you don't want to have too many helicopter stops because it's basically just counterproductive. At least I'm going to guess that that's the way this is all going to pan out. You really just want to use the helicopters for basically fast executive travel, so to speak. You know, the whole I'm important, I've got somewhere to be thing. In fact, we don't have a helicopter stop in here. We can change that. We should change that. Oh, but where in God's name can we possibly fit a helicopter stop in here? It's just the idea of putting a helicopter stop in there anywhere is somewhat unrealistic. Unless we put it... This is all commercial, so basically we can put it any... Yeah, we can put a helicopter stop back in here. If we can find a plot that's big enough. This is also commercial, so that's not... You know what? That's what we'll do. We'll put that right back in there. And then we'll connect these up. Don't have enough stops yet for a line. We're still working on that part. You know what? We may want one over here if we can still fit it. We may even drop the park for that. Where were we? Here were we. Yeah, we can get it in there, but not if that park is still there. Unless we put it in on the other side of the road. No, that's not going to work unless we put it right in here and knock out a hotel or two, which isn't necessarily a bad idea. Oh, that metro is going to screw us later when we try to turn that around here and get that stopped. So we may... You know what? I think I know what we're gonna do. I'm gonna move that road completely, because again, that's just gonna screw us later. That should give us a little bit of a better chance of getting that metro out of there. And of course, the zoning is going to completely change. A lot of where there used to be something will now be nothing. Come on, run faster, tear it down. You guys are stubborn, aren't you? Yeah, exactly. And now there would be room for this helicopter stop in numerous places. So we'll just drop it right here. And now we can take a line from here, connect that up to there, take a line from here, connect that up to here. And now we actually have a legitimate helicopter path and route. And as soon as this starts to fill in eventually, in 10 million years, we might get, what's it called? We might actually get power to this stop. I'm hoping that we'll eventually get power to that stop. Do we want... No, we'll actually leave that as one of our little open, we need to improve this spaces. And while we're at it though, we'll already drag a metro line over. I guess. Is that helicopter stop really going to be in the way now?
Square Packages, the packaging specialists, are proud to present
Yes, it is.
a box
So,
for both your houses. The untold story of the invention of the box.
we are not
and the family rivalry that nearly destroyed it.
going to do
It's
this
a tale
quite
about
as
opening your heart, finding
nicely as
acceptance,
we originally
and
wanted
inventing
to, but
the
we're
most
actually going to add a...
efficient means of shipping and packaging
yeah,
that
we need to
mankind
remove
has
this
ever known.
completely.
Proving that to find what's in your soul, you
Yes,
have to
yes,
go
yes,
outside
I
the
understand.
box and into another box, which is a house, your home. And that truly
And just
is
see if we can't
the
drop the
greatest
helicopter
box of
stop
all.
back in here.
Tune in every Wednesday at 8 for this once-in-a-week time television event, A Box on Both Your
Helicopter
Houses,
stop, helicopter
presented
stop.
by Square Packages,
And of
the
course that
packaging
won't
specialists.
work, so... Emergency solution number
Hey there, friends.
2.
Today I've been thinking about weather.
We drop the
That
helicopter
cozy
stop
feeling you
here,
get when the world outside is softened by rain.
and that allows
The
us
sounds
to
just
take the
blur
metro
together
over.
under the
Right?
gentle drumming of
Right?
waves.
Are we on the
That's
same
what we're all
page here?
about here at the Deep Focus channel. But you know, sometimes you can get lost in that kind of mood.
Yeah.
Stay inside and hide from the gray skies.
Wrong button.
To all of you out there caught in the rain, remember you'll have fresh growth before long.
Slope too steep. Is the slope really that bad over there? It's because that just comes in too hard. Let's see if we can't extend it just a little bit. Probably into like there. Somebody doesn't like me. Okay, so we'll remove this completely and just do whatever we can first and foremost to get this metro line over where it needs to be. Everything else is secondary to that. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. try this a different way. We'll see if we can't take it from here. Yeah, that'll work just fine. We can't connect to there. Okay. That is something we can solve. By simply taking this line and taking it to like right here. Boom. Problem solved. Took significantly more effort than I originally expected, but it worked, and that's the important part. And so now we actually will take that road off of... Now we'll just... We now need a road to get to the helicopter port. Oh, come on. Or rather, not to get to it, but to put it on. So, get to the chopper stopper. Is that getting too close to the residential? Not entirely, but we're damn near cutting it close. And it's still not working the way I want it to. Let's see if we can't just completely screw up this crossing. No, we can't. Let's see what happens if we deactivate snapping. I get a feeling it's still not going to fit in. No, because now the road's officially in the way. Oh, jeez. Somebody hates me. But we can try and connect it up here. And we have nothing to lose but zone building. But what am I doing? There. That was a lot more effort than it needed to be, than I wanted it to be, but it worked eventually. You get low density, everything else gets high, especially back in here. This distance actually isn't too far to walk, so that's actually okay. We could still pop in a crossing if we wanted to. In fact, we will. I think we'll go with an underground crossing this time, though. Just a little pedestrian tunnel. Oh, you're kidding me. So, and that gives them a way to go from there straight to the helicopter depot if they want to, which turns the helicopters into basically just a faster way for elites and other people with too much money to get around our town. And of course there's a scenic aspect to it as well. Yeah, now I think that works, so now we'll draw a helicopter line. Yes, I know this station isn't running. Create a new line, yes, from here to here, up to here for the corporate executives, down to here. Is there a stop in between there? No, there isn't. Eventually we might add one. There, to there, and to there. And of course we want to create a new line going the other direction as well. Just as with basically any other form of mass transport. So, and now when this eventually gets power, if it ever eventually gets power, Oh, those two metro stations are stupid close together, but nah. Drunk party goers will probably enjoy having them that close together. Why? Oh, because that's train tracks. That's why they can't connect. I will say it. I'll say that's a legitimate reason. And I guess if we already have a metro in here, then we may as well create a line. Connecting that with this. What, is that not connected up here, or what's going on? Oh, those two tunnels actually do not connect. Oh, this is where it's gonna get hilarious. Trying to delete metro tunnels that are underneath. There, now those are connected. Now we can create that line that we wanted. Drag stop to move it. Please move that here. And on this way as well. Oh, we already have it on that way. Then we need to drag the other line. Oh, now they both have a stop there as well. And again, as soon as they get power, in fact, we can speed that up for a second. Wait a sec, why make that stupid effort if I already have something that basically is pre-designed to go in there? Or things that are basically pre-designed to go in here, like the Sea and Skyscraper, or where's the luxury hotel? Where's that big luxury hotel? Or we'll take the observation tower out here, for example. Although the observation tower in a coastal setting that's wrong. That's just wrong. Sea and Skyscraper, that's of course a nice choice. But I think I'll see if I can't find that luxury hotel wherever that was. In fact, that may have been... that would have been too nice, but we do have the Oriental Pearl Tower. That's not going to fit there nicely, though. That's also just going too far. Transport Tower. This is more the direction, the size direction I was thinking of. Just a little bit over everything else, but not completely over the top. There's the High Interest Tower. Did I already build a luxury hotel? I can almost guarantee I didn't. And of course, I don't have the Find It mod. I know it's a unique building. So I guess... wait a sec. We can just go through here. I wish there were a tourism. That's under tourism and leisure. And of course, every time I just clicked right over it. Yeah, this is what we want. And we'll even create an extra little side road for it. Off of this. Won't connect directly to the big road, because that's not what we want. But it needs to have its own access road. Oh, you're kidding me. It won't fit in because these roads are slightly curved. Then that road must die. That is our big luxury hotel on the coast. That just kind of has to be there, otherwise I don't know, it just kind of seems pointless anywhere else. Either there or directly on at the airport, one or the other. So, and then rezone our low density in there and our high density back in here. Skyline's almost getting a little bit too high for me to be happy with this, though. You know what we're gonna do? There will be... you know what? We'll flip around the low density and high density. Although, no we won't. What we'll really just do... Exactly, those are tourism buildings and nightclubs and stuff like that, and those are the ones we actually want here. We want the hotels actually a row back. So we'll actually just delete the big ones. Bulldoze them until we get more of the smaller ones. At least in this front row. We'll also go here, do the same thing. Oh, what's that? That's probably, yeah, the last bits of industry on their last breaths. And we're up to 59,000 people, so we've gotten another almost 8 or 10,000 people to move in. Story on unemployment should have gone down significantly. Yeah, we're down to 8%. So while we do need more jobs, we also have the ability to create more jobs over here. And then people are slowly going to start moving in there. In fact, we may... What level are these? 3, 4, 4, 5. We have some 5s in there. But I think what we'll do, we'll actually create a district here. Where residential buildings, where all of this high density actually can't hit level 5. Or it can hit level 5, but it can't upgrade to that point. So they can upgrade up to level 4 visually. But they will never hit level 5 and become the super high rises. policy for that, I think, is called high-rise ban, which fits. Let's see if we can't find it. Of course, we have to find the center of the district first. There it is. Policies for Heather Park. City planning, and where is it? High-rise ban. Exactly. Prohibits construction of tall buildings, restricts buildings from reaching their highest level. So this entire area can never upgrade to be as high as this area is. It'll always be a little bit shorter. And that's one of the tools you can use to get that stair effect again that we're kind of a bit missing over here. In fact, I may tear that out and put in high density commercial instead, and that would actually give us that exact effect, except of course with organic and local produce, which, as we know, generally still stays quite flat. You still only get like 1 or 2 story buildings out of that. Whereas other types of leisure will occasionally build a little bit higher, although leisure, other types of commercial, sorry, although leisure specifically won't necessarily build that much higher. But tourism, as you can see, will easily build higher. They like to build high skyscrapers. And giga stores and things like that can also get quite large. I think that, wasn't there a giga store over here somewhere that was just super high, if I remember right? Yeah, this one, for example. And that was originally higher than anything in the area. Oh, and that's still going to upgrade as well. So we'll just see how this area eventually peters out. But basically, this is all going to turn into skyscrapers. Whereas this entire area over here is going to be forced to not turn into skyscrapers and stay at the highest somewhere in this area. That's something we probably should have done over here too. Oh well, too late. Although we can do that over here when we eventually convert these as well into into higher density. Then we could put a high-rise ban out here as well and just keep them a little bit lower. We're up to 60,000. What's the next milestone? Just out of curiosity. Probably about 70. Yeah, exactly 70, and that's when we get the big airports. And that's also, so to speak, when the game is over, in the sense of we have no more milestones that we can complete. We can buy all the tiles that we could possibly want, or buy the 9 tiles that we would generally be allowed to purchase.
We are the law. Accountant. The law accounting. I know what you're thinking. Are we lawyers? Are we accountants? Well, it's a complicated question, probably requiring the services of a lawyer and an accountant. Is that us? Well, what do you think? Seems to me that there's a lot of you out there who might need the use of the law accounting. But that's not legal advice. That's life advice. In fact, we're legally barred from providing legal advice. The law accounting. Officially unlicensed since 2005.
This is Deep Thought. Welcome back to the Deep Focus channel.
You know why we don't have any helicopters going out anymore, and that's why we can't watch them. Exactly. Because this isn't connected to anything. The depot has to be connected to the routes, otherwise you don't get helicopters. And I almost knew I was forgetting that, I just didn't think about it. And now, helicopters should start pumping out of that depot. Let's watch. Let's just follow one. They have to figure out where to go first or what's going on. Ah, now they're starting to move. Follow? Is it that hard? Ah. And of course. Where is he? There's that helicopter. Now we hit follow. Now we hit space. And now we can watch him. Oh my god. How stupid many people do we have wanting to take the helicopters? I don't know if you just saw that, but that looked like a throng of like 500 people. Here as well, just huge crowds of people wanting to use the helicopters. Look at them, this is like entire quarters of the city are just running in here to get on the helicopters. Oh my god, what have I done? I mean, I remember a city I once built with 81 tiles where I had blimp jams because I connected the outside cities with blimp stops, and blimps are relatively slow, but we still had like 100% effectiveness and everything. But this is just insane. How many people can fit in one of these? Only 20 people. And here again, even though this is a bit off to the side, just dozens and dozens of people. Oh my god. What on earth is going to happen when we put in that metropolitan airport? Are these going to be like suddenly become like the most used form of public transportation that we have, or what? Wonking over the public transport lines, or the fishing lines, I should say. Here, just flying over what will eventually be our airport. Look at all those tourist ships coming in. This is working. And here we're getting the first jam because of course you can't have two choppers on the pad at the same time. I'm going to assume that's going to be a chopper going in the other direction. And yes, that's exactly what it was. Oh, you can have two land at the same time. That's hilarious. Too bad you can't have these land like on the private helicopter pads that you have on some buildings. Obviously not here, these are the hotels and things like that, but some of the private buildings have helicopter pads. This is just awesome. But I'm almost afraid to ask how many people are using the helicopters. Because if you look at how fast these are, I could actually imagine the helicopters taking business away from the trains and the metros. At least for even longer distances. That is really something else. Let's see what the story is on people. Helicopters, does this count? Yes, helicopter pads are in here. 51%. Oh my god. We have hundreds, literally hundreds of people that want to use the helicopters. So we'll just pop this up to, let's say, 10. And we'll do the same for line 1. Because we have 800 people. 10 helicopters is 200 people. So they basically have absolutely no chance at ever getting this amount of people out. Even if we run with 18 people per line. Well, with 18 choppers per line, which is just going to flood our airways with helicopters. You can already see them coming out like crazy. Before they then queue off to actually... Oh god, no. Don't tell me they all queue out at the same time, because that's going to cause nothing but jams everywhere. Although then, that is probably what was to be expected by generating another... What? We now have 36. We had 8. So yeah, I generated another 24 helicopters, so it's not really surprising that they're gonna start jamming up a bit. So it's gonna take a bit for all of this to settle. But yeah, we now have helicopter routes. We still don't have buses, but we have helicopters. And overall, we're doing how many people with public transport? Well, pushing around 1,800 people a week. It's not that much, but considering we don't have what is basically the mainstay of public transport, that being buses, it's actually kind of hilarious that we've got 2,000 people a week, and probably soon to be significantly more, using our public transport. I mean, seriously, we've got metro lines, we've got... Oh, that's right, we have the Party Beach Metro line, which we also recently introduced. And that also needs at least 4 vehicles on it. Again, the whole 1 vehicle, 1 stop principle. And over here, we've actually, are we over? Oh my God, 1,000 people. So we'll push this up to 50% more capacity. Oh my God. I never would have expected that many people trying to use the metro lines. In fact, we'll actually push this up to total capacity to 13 lines, just so we can maybe get those 1,000 people out of there. My God. Here we should still be running reasonably well. Although we've also got full, completely full trams. We'll actually run this up to 5 is maximum. Okay, so then we'll run with 5. Wow. What is going on here? Oh, that's off? Why is that off? Oh yeah, that's because I never turned it back on. And that, of course, is also going to significantly raise the amount of people we have on that line. In fact, it may allow me to add more cars now that that stop is active. No, it won't. But that means we had 200 people on this running on this line, even though one of the stops was completely deactivated and was actually probably one of the prime stops. Because again, the harbor's right here. The helicopter pad is... What kind of a helicopter was that? Was that one of our helicopters? I mean, it's obviously one of our helicopters, but the question is, what kind is it and where is it? There it is. I think that's a police helicopter. Yeah, that's what it was. Trying to find a bad guy. But the other chopper stop, yeah, that's right, the other chopper stop is just over here in the middle. So this place is, this area over here is actually quite well connected with public transport. We have a metro station here, here, and here. We have a train station here. We have helicopter stations here and here. So basically the only thing we could actually still do to this place at all is to add... Yeah, we could add a trolley. This would be a nice place for a trolley bus. Actually, we could add a trolley bus that just goes completely around here and just does the short route connections that... Whoa, what is going on here? Ah, we have a traffic light there that we desperately need to get rid of. Oh my God, look at all these people. Other than that, there are no lights on this street, right? Other than that, it just goes through. There we have a light that we didn't want. There we have a light 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 we didn't want. Another light we didn't want. There's one here that I never noticed. Another one here. And another one here. But here they're just plodding in so slowly. Now we're starting to get to the point where we're going to need either mods or better planning to deal with our main traffic issues. This is basically going to have to be solved by a four-way road. Because this is a main road in now, but then that's going to bring even more traffic down here. Where are all these people going? Yeah, they're coming back here to the organic and local produce, and so yeah, we need to 4-lane this one. Even though that's going to cost us as far as housing goes. What's in here that we can't move? A crematorium. That's obviously not a major issue. One of the easiest things to move in the whole game, probably. And now we redo zoning so people can move back in. This we wanted to have as commercial. And it can be high density because it does have that little jump over there. And then what we'll do, we'll add some walking paths in on both sides so that people that live here don't necessarily have to get in their car just to go buy apples. Do the same thing over here, just right between these two plots. Beautiful. Anyway, we can add a walking path in through here, or are they all managed to build in such a way that we can't get a path through there? Thank you, you dumbasses. Then again, I could have put the path in before letting them build, and then we wouldn't have this problem, so who's the real dumbass? Yeah, but I think that'll work fine. And now that that's a 4-lane, that should at least slightly alleviate the issues with traffic coming down in here. Because now they're not all using 1 lane to go 2 ways. Although they're still not exactly the smartest drivers in the world. We did not create any unnecessary traffic lights. That's nice. What's going on here? We're getting metro jams because we generated too many metro trains at once. Oh, and because this one also has to service 2 directions. Exactly, as soon as that moves out, that should be able to move in. So yeah, we're just getting metro jamming because of simply having too many trains going into that one station. So we may actually set up a second metro. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. We're actually going to forego this metro station completely, or? Yeah, one just came in, the next one already wants to come out, and there's no way for them to go in on the other track. Or maybe there is. Can I set... I don't think I can set the tracks. I think I need a mod for that. Let me take a look anyway. See if that doesn't help. Have them coming in on that track. And they're coming in... it's not changing anything though. No, they still all basically want to come in on the same track. So, is there a solution for that?
If you want the best, you've got to go big.
And basically the solution is to add a second metro station, whether we want to or not.
Our lenses, the longest.
Obviously that's going to have to be an underground station because there's no room whatsoever here for another overground one.
The most valuable camera is the one that you're afraid
And
to take
basically
outside.
that's the only place it can go, yeah.
Only the best.
It's Super Salmon Days down at Fish Brothers.
So that's
For a
what
limited
we'll
time,
do.
Bring in any fish and get a chilled salmon entree free. You heard right. Bring in any fish and get a free chilled
Because
salmon
otherwise,
entree.
if those two
And I
keep
mean
colliding, then
any
we're
fish.
really
Got
just
a
doing
swordfish
nothing but
lying around?
lowering our
Bring it
own
in. Got a goldfish you're sick of
transport
feeding?
capacity.
Bring it in. Got a fish
And there's
that's been
obviously
sitting in
no
the sun for a
significant
few
point
days?
to doing that.
Bring it
And we
in.
do already
We'll
have a
throw it
way
in
for
with
them
the
to get
rest of 'em.
over
What
here,
we do
so
with the fish is nobody's business but ours. Just enjoy your salmon,
there's really no
$8.99 with our
point to
famous stew. So, welcome on into Fish Brothers Seafood Themed
forcing
Restaurant, where
ourselves into
everything's
a
great catch. Except the shrimp.
situation that we really could have avoided.
What's up, y'all? It's your host.
Oh, I want to drag
Coming
stop
back
to
at you
move
with
it.
the thought of the day. Wherever you are and whatever you're doing, pause for a second and take in your surroundings. You can't stop to savor every moment, but if you're not careful, the days will slip past before you even realize. Gather yourself in this moment and let the feeling be sweeter still, along with the sounds of a deep focus channel.
We'll just create new lines. Drag that stop to move it here. And those two stops, one on each line, right? Yeah, that's got one on each side. And then we'll just take this one. Drag that back down here. And that should go away once it realizes that it is being serviced from both directions again. Did I create a third line by mistake? That's what happened. Yes, we do not need Metro Line 3. So, and now we can run both of these lines at capacity without the trains bumping into each other. And that should solve some problems. Because now people can go use this metro for over here, and this metro to go up there. And they can just quickly jump out over through here. Ah, I thought that helicopter was sitting there on the ground for a second there. My God. The helicopter stops are insanely well used. Much better than I would have ever expected. We've got 1,800 people a week using public transport. That's not too bad. Traffic is still at 80%, which is still semi-reasonable. And I built those all so close that it's actually going to be an issue to move these. I'm basically going to have to rebuild that road. Or, what would probably be a more prudent decision, would just be to solve the problem by giving them more options, like maybe a road that goes in at around half distance. So that would be, what, from there to there. Yeah, put one in right through here. Again, it's going to cause some zoning destruction, but nothing we can't handle. And then we'll actually do the same thing over here. And I think that should at least help. Definitely won't hurt. It shouldn't hurt. I'm not going to say won't. I've been proven too wrong too often. And I'm thinking that'll work better. Yeah, and this deleting those buildings earlier seems to have helped. We don't have the super high ones here on the very coast, except for this one. Change that. Oh yeah, this is 567, 69. How many tourists are we getting overall? Tours, tourism. 625, 60% attractiveness. Could be worse. Maybe add some more small attractions near the immediate tourist traps. That would be an idea. Frame it like on one side with the Oriental Tower and maybe on the other with the observation tower. That's not a bad idea. That could look nice. Maybe put the Oriental on this side. And then put the observation tower over here. I think that was level 4, so no, 5. I'll find it, I'm not too worried. There it is. Yeah, I'll put that right in here on the road that comes. That looks nice. And of course that gives the tourists somewhere to go right when they get off the boat or off the train. You can just immediately go to an attraction that's just right around the corner. I do say, I think that looks reasonably nice. So, grab a sip, grab a smoke. Watch the helicopters just look stupid waiting for a chance to get in. So we need 8,000 more people. And then we can drop in a nice airport over here. And the municipal airport, I've seen pictures of it and of course some small videos. And it looks beautiful. It just I don't know if you knew the old airports. The old airports are kind of, yeah, they're airports or rather their airstrips. The international airport looks reasonable, semi-reasonable. Where is it? That would be... Oh, that's right, those are all now officially hubs. This one, for example, normally would look semi-reasonable. You get two runways going off at 90-degree angles. You get a terminal that'll handle up to, I think, 11 planes. It's nice. It serves its purpose. But it doesn't really look realistic. It looks... Yeah, it looks like something out of a video game. It doesn't... The terminal actually looks okay, but just the way the hard 90-degree angle that the runways and taxiways are placed at, that just looks wrong. And this one, I think they go off at like a 45 or 60-degree angle or something like that, just slightly oblique, and it looks so much better. It looks so much more realistic. And of course, it has a helicopter stop, so that means we will tie it into the helicopter line over here. Which is going to be awesome for people coming either from here or from here that just want to get to the airport relatively quickly. Obviously, we could also just take a helicopter line that just goes straight over here, and that would be obviously be an immediate 100% line. Because there's just absolutely no connection over here. It's a direct straight line. So it's immediately and obviously faster than any route you could take with your car. And that's what these car trip saved numbers are actually all about. For example, here, if you look at these 65% car trip saves, that means for 65% of... or that's the way I interpret it, at least, is that for 65% of your population, at least, this is actually a more effective solution than using their car. And yeah, that also explains why we're getting these numbers that we just absolutely have no chance of catching up with the helicopter lines. I mean, 124 people there, 85 people there, and there are just hundreds of people waiting at every stop. So I need like huge transport helicopters, or I need to reconsider how I build these lines, or maybe we just have to wait until all the helicopters can actually land in a timely fashion, because that's the main issue we still have right now, is that we're getting some small jamming at just about every stop, simply because we pumped out too many at the same time. So that'll eventually regulate itself, and when that does, then we'll get proper numbers for the helicopter lines. The metro lines, I'm going to assume, have probably self-regulated, since we just basically completely removed this line from the stop. In fact, we can actually delete that track as well. Although we'll leave it. Maybe we can use it later for something. And if nothing else, it looks cool. It puts at least something in this area. Gives us a reason to even have this underground path. That said, yeah, it gives us a reason to have that underground path, and it puts something in that, yeah. And those are exactly the reasons why it needs to go. Because it's just completely unnecessary, both from an upkeep standpoint and from a city planning standpoint, because now we can go and we can take this path that a lot of people were using. I'm sorry for those people that are now going to be trapped underground, but now we can just take a normal path. Good for bicycling. Only both bikes are allowed. That's not something we want. So we'll just take a pavement path. No, we'll take a gravel path because I actually prefer the way those look. And here we'll deactivate the snapping again so that we can take that path from here. Use the curve tool. And the idea is to make it just curve around here nicely. Yeah, that's what we were looking for. That's almost exactly what we were looking for. Maybe a little bit sharper of a curve. Yeah, that'll work nicely. That'll allow us to still put a shop in there and in there. Perfect. And you can see, and now we can actually see the masses of people that are actually using this path to get from this metro station either to this metro station or to the train station. And yeah, that's a lot of people. So it was definitely a good idea to actually put that in there. And in fact, what I just realized is this area has absolutely nothing in the way of taxis. So we might want to add a taxi stand over here. Taxi stand, thank you. Get out of my way. Oh, we need to go. No, we don't. I'd like to get that overlay out of my eyes. If at all I'd like to put a taxi stand in here, but I get a feeling it's not going to let us do that. Oh, but we can get reasonably close. It's just that one little space on each side missing. And then we'll actually see if we can't take a road out here. And just put a little taxi depot off of that. Can't get it between those. So we'll see if we can't get it in here. Yes, we can. There was a position that it just worked. Huh? What's this all about? Okay, then we'll put it out. Somebody doesn't like me. Yeah, I have a little taxi depot just here down by the... Cannot build on water. That's a legitimate complaint. But we can change that whole building on water thing by slightly raising the land here. Just raise it roughly to that level. And that should work. Now we should be able to put that in there. Yep. And now this area also has access to cabs. Of course, we have another road that we need to take the traffic light off of. Oh, that's right. I probably ended up with traffic lights out here, didn't I? Yes, of course I ended up with traffic lights out here. Why would anything I do to solve a traffic problem not cause a bigger one? But it did actually, by giving them more ways to get into the back, we've taken a lot of the traffic out of over here. But we do still have a problem with mass influx. So we may still just connect this road up to the side and be done with it. In fact, yeah, that's what we're gonna do. And that should theoretically at least, if not solve the problem, at least mitigate it a little bit by giving these people an opportunity to get onto that road just so much earlier and not even end up here down on the main drag. But we're not going to connect it all the way over here on the other side, because if we do that, then they're going to forego the main drag completely when they actually want to get over there, and that's not something we want. We just want these people to be able to get in there without having to circle around the entire tourism area. And it's also nice that the mortuary can get out more easily, so that's also probably going to bring us a small services advantage to some other areas. And as far as services go, let's check on... Hey, they're not filling up anymore. I can't believe it. It's actually working. Yeah, and now the ore industry is just drying up completely as that last mine is forced to shutter its doors. So this is the part where we rip out... I still think it's amazing that that industrial steel plant is still working. Still operating normally. They still have metals. Probably because these warehouses still aren't... No, that's empty. That is completely empty. Interesting. So that means what we're probably doing is just importing a huge amount of materials. Or? Yeah, we're importing $480 worth of materials and outputting 3,704 still, so that's actually not that bad.
At the Forest Foundation, we care about
But what we
three
basically
things.
don't
Tree
need
things,
anymore is
nature things,
anything.
and the third thing, bird things. The homes of native birds are being destroyed.
We've got the
at a
glass
alarming
manufacturing
rate.
plants.
That's why our goal is to give a birdhouse to every bird on
That
Earth.
one still gets
Humans
materials.
stopped
This
living
one
in trees
doesn't get
ages ago.
materials fast
It's
enough,
time we
so
leave birds
what
indoors
we'll
with their
do is
birds.
we'll replace
Do your
that
part and text Dirty Birdie to 3030
with
to
some
donate a
form
bird
of
bath to
ore
30
industry
birdies.
storage.
You can either be part of the problem, or
Maybe
you
we
can
don't
be
have
with
to
us,
completely
the
give up
Forest
this industry.
Foundation.
Like, for example, a raw mineral storage.
If you're looking for
Because
that
that
spot, search no further.
exactly can be imported at a cost, can be exported for money, and we'll set that to fill. So that's just going to cause more industry influx, unfortunately, at least until... Oh, that you know what? We could set that to balance. That'll actually, because it's only really as a buffer. So at least some of our plants can still keep running. But for example, this ore grinding mill and this glass manufacturing plant, they can go. They're just not really gonna cause anything but unnecessary costs. So there's no real reason to keep them there. And what we'll actually do is we'll drop in another road over here, just to increase the amount of industry we can actually still get in here. Because of course there are a lot of jobs that go with each of these buildings that gets torn down. But now we can put another, or we can put another workers' barracks in there. That'd actually probably not be a bad idea. If we can get it in. And maybe even a maintenance building. Yeah, that's not going to fit anywhere though anymore. Unless I start tearing stuff down. And I don't really want to destroy the things that we've put in now as replacements. Can't build on water. I can understand cannot build on water and slope too steep. Those are things I can fix. Let's increase the hardcoreness of this tool a little bit. And now I think that'll... Nice. Cannot build on water. So corners still have to come up a little bit. But that should really be enough. That at least gives us a maintenance building. That also gives us a few more jobs. I mean, again, we basically have to tear down the entire ore industry that we had, so all we really can do is just hope to replace at least some of the lost industry with other things. Like, for example, here we could put in a road, connect that up to there. That'll also give us a little bit more room. In fact, we can pop another one off of that over to here. Even more room. Go off of here over there. That'll give us that area in the... No, it won't give us that area in the middle, at least not all of it. But it will give us some more on that side, so it'll still be a boon, a net plus. And I think that's going to be just about everything we can still get in here. I think that'll work out nicely overall. As long as we can keep the steel mill running, then basically everything's still working in some way, shape, or form. And in fact, we can set our warehouses back to balanced. Now that we realize that this does seem to still actually be working. And now we've got, now we're importing more than we're outputting. So now that industry is starting to become a lead weight, so to speak. Starting to become an anchor. So yeah, it's time to tear it out completely. Anything that has anything to do with the actual ore industry needs to go, or with the DLC ore industry, I should say. That includes that, yes, that. We'll leave the steel mill running. See if we can't still get some use out of that. But I get a feeling we won't. Oh, and orgone mining is now gone. Can actually remove the entire district. Or not the district, but the industrial zoning. Yeah, and there is absolutely no ore left up in here anywhere. So that was parks and leisure. I just noticed. Maybe there is some more still left. Yeah, but not enough to support any form of industry or anything useful. And I think that was all the actual industry buildings, with the exception of the steel mill. So yeah, now we just have a small generic ore industry, which is in no way a bad thing. It's just not the powerhouse ore industry we had before. But it'll still provide us with some cash and some economic growth. So, and over here then we zone in offices again. That'll permanently alleviate. In fact, we could almost even go so far as to zone this as residential. Actually turn that into a 4-lane residential road. Yeah, and that's where it needs to become an industry road, because that's where the pollution starts to become a problem. Exactly. But up until there, we could actually zone residential. And I think we will. Just leave a little bit, leave like one office. Before the actual industry comes. And then starting here it actually becomes industry, and then we can put a nice little bit of new residential growth right in there. In fact, we'll add a 2-lane road. Yeah, this will be a little office area coming off of here, so we will. Yeah, and we'll put a little park then in there. That's nice, and this will just be a little office area for people to work in. Just on the edge of the industrial area. And now we can do some mass rezoning of all of this up in here as industrial. These people should most certainly not be getting sick for noise or any other reason. At least I assume it's not because of noise. I can't imagine it's because of noise. Although that industrial plop, seriously, there was a little chunk of industry in there. That could actually be the entire reason that these people are annoyed. Not even sure where that office chunk came from. Yeah, that should solve their noise issue basically immediately. Yeah. Noise problem is gone. Dirty water? Dirty water? That's surprising. Do I have... All my water coming in is coming from there, or from this. So what's the ground pollution look like? Oh my god, seriously? From that tower, okay. That tower being so close to the waste treatment facility. That's what was causing our drinking water pollution. Oh, and over here it's also becoming an issue. The pollution is getting too close. So to counteract that, we will rezone all of this right where our water pumps are as offices, just to move this pollution line back just a hair and get our drinking water pollution down a little bit. Yeah, drinking water pollution has gone down to 0. I don't actually think that was caused by this here, but again, we're just going to drop some offices in here just to make sure. In fact, we'll do that along this line too, and along this line. Anything that's basically immediately adjacent to where the pumps are is going to be offices, and that should sort that completely. I cannot... And for example, and now this is going to get back to what I say about things like the automatic bulldoze mod. If I had just let them stay sick, eventually the building would have become abandoned. Then the building would have become bulldozed, and I would have never been able to see what drinking water? Huh? I would have thought it was just all due to that one little industry chunk that was in here, and thought no more of it, and that would have never given me the information I needed to even consider looking over here at that water tower, whether or not that might be a cause of pollution, because the waste transfer facility in here, that's not something I had on my radar anymore. And okay, we still would have normal industry here. This probably wouldn't have made a difference, but it's just, again, I wouldn't have had access to that information to even make that decision. And now, of course, water availability has gone down because we did get rid of a pump. So we'll add another one. And since that's still here in that little ditch we've dug, that shouldn't be an issue, but just in case, I'll dig that ditch a little further and a little deeper. Basically, I want to drag this down to a point where it's almost below sea level, so that it just constantly floods and makes sure that these pumps have water. Of course, if we overdo it, then we'll actually wind up drying out a significant amount of the bay, or worse. And I think that'll work nicely. They've got yards and yards and yards of water to dip into, so I don't think there's any danger of us running out of fresh water anytime soon. I think we'll probably put the next one over here.
At Van Hammerbank, we want you to trust us with your
How
money.
deep is the water
Because
coming
it's
over
with
that?
your money
Yeah,
that we
it's
can
not
make
too
you more
bad.
money. How? It's not funny business. It's money
But again,
business.
you can actually
give your
see
money to us,
the
and it will
effect
grow
of the
with
pumps.
interest.
You can
That's the plan, at
just
least.
looking at the
Maybe
water
that's too
surface, you can see it's
complicated for you.
all just getting
Imagine
sucked
planting
in
a
here.
money tree in the ground and watering it.
And that goes
Hold on.
literally to the
Imagine
point
if you had a money pet and you fed it
where
more
we've
money,
got
and after
inflow
digesting,
here
it
where
went,
it used to be outflow.
okay, you want to go money fishing,
That's
so
that's
you use a little
actually
money
because
to
of
catch
these
a big
pumps.
money.
Because
You know,
all
just
these are
come in and talk
rivers
to us. We
that
have
come
even more
down this
metaphors
way.
that allow us to avoid saying what we really do with your money.
This river
Van
also
Hammer Bank,
comes
feed
down
the
this
money
way, so
monster.
naturally all of this water would want to flow out in this direction. And if we didn't have 10 million water pumps here, it would.
No matter what you need, be it a smoked pig, a goat by sunset,
In
or
fact,
a
we
10-foot
may-
alligator and a salty brine. Meaty bits will get it to you fast with a smile.
Why
and
am I
completely
looking at...
without judgment.
Ah, because I had the landscaping tool on, so it was showing me where I could not even consider building things. And here we've also still got a slight chopper jam, but the masses of people are starting to go down. So we may be able to slowly but surely start taking no way. We can't take choppers off any of those lines, at least until these numbers start going down. My God. So many people using the helicopters. 2,500 people total. 1,600 of those using Metro, another 300 using rail. No, 1,800 using Metro, another 500 using rail. And the rest is all, as far as domestic transport goes, is all these helicopter lines. My God. Helicopters everywhere. 65,000 already. What's the story here? These are probably all going up to like level 3 and 4. So they're just still building up slowly. Ah, that's right, we don't have any education over here, do we? No, these people are totally starved for schools. So we'll change that by adding in another community school over here, somewhere-ish. And add a third one over here-ish. That should serve everybody with normal schooling, and then we'll add a second high school over here. That should also serve the entire community. And you know what? We'll add another university in here as well. If we can find room for it, that's probably going to be the biggest issue. Where in God's name to put it? You know what? We may put that like over here on the other side. That might work. Or you know what? We'll knock out this road completely. And just make that our second technical school campus. And that should go easily up to there and even over to the other side. Yeah, super. That's what we were looking for. And those back there, we get those by reconnecting the road in through here. And that gives us a bit of that commercial back. Whoa, why is that residential? That should not be residential. Nor should that. Still way, way, way too close to that updraft tower to even consider being residential. This shouldn't even be residential. All of this should be commercial. Just at least until outside the noise range of that tower. So that's going to cost me a few homes, but I guarantee the education is going to bring me upgrades. As far as other services go, they're more or less sorted over here. Overall traffic is still, yeah, 83%, still reasonable. Not over the top. We do, of course, have some problem spots, but nothing that's crippling our city. Like, for example, this is just, yeah, this is just the logic they have when switching lanes. But it's not a problem to a point where these tailbacks are screwing either in here with our commercial area, or, God forbid, blocking this highway from working properly. And out here, of course, we have a lot of people coming off the highway, but they're coming here onto this 6-lane road and can just go wherever they want relatively easily. And then, of course, we do have public transport, like the helicopters and the train stations and everything. In fact, what now is really the point where we really have to start considering putting in a freaking bus line. And I think a intercity bus stop. Let me see. That's taxi, biofuel bus, intercity bus terminal. But it does allow the replacement of regular bus stops on the bays, exactly. So if we're going to start using regular buses in addition to the intercity buses, this is what we're going to have to go for. So we'll take that taxi stand and put that... good question, next question. First we'll take the Oriental Market and move that over a little bit to the point where it's not in the way. And I think we could probably get away with putting this taxi stand on the main road. So, and now we have to actually delete the intercity bus station and drop in an intercity bus terminal. Ah, and that works perfectly. And here, again, if I understand correctly, we can get normal bus stops on these bays, but we may not need to or want to. First thing we need to get now is a way for people to get from there to here just a little bit more ease. Although I get a feeling we're not really going to get very far as walking paths go. Although, I got an idea. That might work. That will probably work, actually. Let's see. Just put a pavement path just starting in here over to here. That works. And then we can take another pavement path. And that's where we're going to get screwed. Okay, this might work if we can get connected to that or to that fast enough. No, we can't. So, we'll do this a little bit differently. I'm sorry, you have to go. What we'll do, we'll create the original path along here. And then from here, we'll jump up. That lets us come over here. Through this park. Down over to here where we can connect that right over there. It's not the nicest bridge in the world, it's not the straightest bridge in the world, but it will work just fine. And it gives us a path connecting that and that, as well as connecting that over to here. So I get a feeling that path is actually going to get pretty well used pretty quickly. Especially since we now, because now people can actually transfer from the inner city bus stop basically directly to the metro without having to walk through half the city. Let's see how long it takes for the first person. He's going to the Lafayette residence, unemployed. Okay, he doesn't count. But again, I'm sure this is not going to be a completely useless path. I've already got a second, third, fourth, fifth. Yeah, as soon as people realize the path is there, and of course as soon as inner city buses start coming back in, I think that should work. What? Ah, that's the stairway up. I thought that was just a completely misshapen piece of real estate there for a second. Yeah, now they're starting to come in larger numbers. Helicopters are, of course, jammed up. Too many choppers, not enough choppies. If you say education, I'm going to shoot you. I guess that's just a question of waiting then in that case. Probably just freshly upgraded. Exactly. This is the step thing I was talking about, where you have these super high density, but then you have something a little bit lower before moving on to this. And that's kind of the concept we want to keep going on out over here. Just slowly move from high density down to low density in the middle. It also gives us a contrast between these two areas, where you can see that that's obviously higher and skyscrapers, whereas this is just a little bit less dense. This is just medium-sized city, where this is basically working on becoming Manhattan. And you can actually even see the difference just between level like 4, which these are now, and level 3. Or 2 even. And there are actually mods where you can set whole districts to historical, and that is a way to preserve this for long term. What I've set here is a high-rise band, so none of these are going to get bigger than this. But yeah, that's bigger. Not bigger than that is still a little bit bigger than this, and yeah, that's still gonna screw up like our stepping a little bit. But basically, we're just slowly looking, seeing how things peter out. Yeah, now that steel plant is also out, and so this is the part where the last bit of industries we had died. World of Rotorcraft? Ah, that's probably for chopper lines or something like that. Or transporting people with choppers is something. And we'll just connect it up here. Add just a little bit more industry back in here. Again, in no small part, also just to replace the jobs that were lost when that steel factory closed. But these two, for example, can go because there's more zoning available behind them. And we'll just see what moves in here in the midterm. What's the story on employment? 11% unemployment. I'm a bit surprised that that's so high. That's not a major issue. I'll just drag another line of standard commercial back in through here. That was definitely the wrong road, though. Oh, and wait a second. We don't want to connect that up all the way to the other side, either. We want it close enough to allow walking access, but not enough for cars to be able to use it. Otherwise, again, that becomes a through road, and that's not what we're looking for. And since we want to go with high density only on this side, in fact, I don't even know if the other side has a district attached to it yet. We may have to check on that. Well, not may, we do have to check on that. We absolutely have to check on that. Just to make sure it doesn't end up being something completely wacky that we absolutely don't want. That's local produce, so that's actually not an issue. Whoa, that's the wrong button. In fact, we'll go and make this road the central core of our organic and local produce. And then we'll extend that with a little bit more low density on this side. And then we'll start putting our low density residential in actually right behind that. Although we actually don't currently need that low density residential. Let's wait until we actually need that before we start dropping it in. Otherwise we just wind up with even more unemployed people, and that's obviously not what we're looking for. In fact, we'll actually add a connecting road in over here. But what we will do is make that come in at a weird angle. So that it's not actually shorter to use that road to cut across. In fact, we could probably and should probably just make this normal commercial, this area, and actually de-district it, or rather redistrict it away from being part of Butler Square. And actually district this as not organic and local produce, but rather just as standard commercial. Oh, but what we definitely have to do is redo these lines so that we don't screw up our tourism industry. We did slightly overdraw. Move that back in there. And what that'll do is that'll put in these larger commercial buildings, standard commercial buildings, over here on this side. And a little bit of the smaller ones here, and then we'll be able to go with organic and local produce in here. And then we can start putting in residential area again and building up kind of a little valley, so to speak. Now this is looking nice. It's not looking entirely realistic. Some of it's a little bit overbuilt and overdone. Low fishing route efficiency. What? How did that happen? What is their fishing route? Because they're an anchovy harbor and they're going through so much salmon and stuff.
Can you hear it? Listen closely.
We'll just have to wait until the salmon
the
like
sound
start
of
to peter out a little bit. That's just the thing with the moving fish.
Pop soda refreshment.
So eventually when there's a little bit few less
Pop
salmon,
soda.
then
Belch the best.
that problem should sort itself.
This is your boy, Deep Thought.
But while
Thank
we're on
you
that topic,
personally for joining us and
anchovies also low efficiency, so we're probably getting inundated with salmon. I get a feeling that's starting to become the problem. And then of course I may be completely wrong. No, that actually is the problem. We're starting to get just way too much salmon. So we actually need to start sending out ships specifically to start trawling the salmon away from the other harbors. I don't know if we want to do that right now. But it's definitely something we're going to want to take a look at least in the midterm. How many people is that getting? 24 visitors. What is that? Oh, that's a fire. Are those natural trees? Is that part of... Those trees are part of this building. So what happened, this building was actually on fire and I just saw it only from here from behind. Okay. In fact, I think now we can actually go back for adding day and night changes. Because I do kind of like those, but when I'm doing a lot of building, the night switches can be very annoying. Although there are times when night actually is an advantage, depending on what exactly you happen to be building and placing, because you can see the zoning lines better at night sometimes. I'll be right back. And I'm back. Just had to close a window, starting to get a bit chilly. What just blinked up over there? Oh, that probably wasn't anything actually blinking up. Okay. $65,000, and now it's going down. So let's see what the story is on our. Yeah, that's the wrong button, of course. On our. We do have Okay, population overall is going down. Influx is going back up a little bit. Birth rate is going back up a little bit. And death rate, oh, that was a big spike. That was a huge spike. And I'm not even sure we noticed it. which is awesome. That's great if you don't notice it. Just a bit surprised that spike is so big. So yeah, we're losing a bit of population, but not necessarily in a bad way. Just see what happens. Because we're also now creating jobs again that may actually be... In fact, let's take a look. I'm starting to think unemployment... 11%. That's not so bad. It is, of course, not the number you want to see. You want to ideally have it like at 3, 4, 5%. But all that really means is that we need to start creating a few more jobs. Either industrial or commercial, or office will also work, of course. And once that's done, we can continue building up. And exactly, we did put that intercity bus station in there. Let's see how that's working out. Yeah, so much for this path not being used. It is being used, not quite as many people as I would hope, but it's generally around the same amount as this, so it's okay. I mean, you also have to remember these people are coming from an intercity bus or from the main train station, so yeah, the likelihood that they're directly interested in getting on the next opportunity to get out of our city is they just got here. So they're probably not necessarily looking to get out immediately, although if I came here I probably would be. I mean, I know how this city runs, so I probably wouldn't even come here in the first place. But not everybody can be an informed traveler and personal friends with the mayor. And especially like now when we're getting towards sunset. Where's the free camera? Especially now towards sunset, that's actually starting to look really nice, that little path. And now we're going to start, and yeah, now basically for the first time, we're actually going to see our skyline at night. And that's something I'm actually a bit stoked to do, to be honest. Say you're over here on a hill somewhere and you see that in the distance. That's not half bad. Or you're coming in off a boat and this is what you see. Helicopters jammed up as far as the eye can see. Oh, that's right. We should be able to remove some, if not most, of these wind turbines out here, although I do kind of like them. But particularly here, it's just a noise concern. But yeah, that Oriental Tower over here, and the observation tower over here framing this big luxury hotel in the middle. That does look cool. And we've got this double highway. More interesting would probably be the highway coming in, though. where you get this. You don't get the big bright lights you would get like driving into a huge megalopolis, but you also have to remember this started as a little fishing town. Now it's turned into a little fishing town that's gone a bit overboard. A place that is basically the bane of all fish. All those fishing boats, that's just insane. And you can see them at night so much better than you can during the day. Yeah, that's just nuts. But I do think we're going to want to take this little temple over here and move it somewhere where it'll be a little bit more optically present. Those are the night fireworks from our parks. Probably gonna get those over here too. Oh, but that park also looks really nice at night with the campfires. People actually bouldering here at night, or... Yeah, even at night you get a few insane motherfuckers. Just hanging out on the boulders, falling off, trying to break his neck. Then you got that one little wind plant out there. But this is what you want to see basically when you're coming in off a ship. Just bright lights, big city. Now that is something to look at. Oh, and it looks really awesome with the sun coming up too. What was the screenshot button? F12, I think, right? You know what? Let's check, just to make sure. Screenshot, screenshot, screenshot. F12, yeah. Since we're waiting on population anyway, I think I'll just let it run through another day-night cycle and see if we can't grab that screenshot again tomorrow. Although this actually also looks really nice, just everything silhouetted. And we do obviously still have a helicopter problem. We really need to start using buses, trolley buses or something. Just as dumb as it sounds to get people off the helicopters. Oh, now the sun's coming up towards the middle of the day. That's what's also really nice, is that the sun angle actually changes over the day. It doesn't just stay in one spot all day, unless of course you have daytime only, then it basically just locks the sun in one spot. But as you can see, the sun is slowly moving up. Let's get back to where we were. Mark it where it is right now. In fact, the center is actually right here. But it doesn't matter because it's already very obvious that the sun is moving because it's already practically off the screen. And we get these conga lines of ocean liners.
Square Packages, the packaging specialists, are proud to present a box on both your houses. The untold story.
Ah,
of
yes, the
invention of
beautiful
box
ads.
and the family rivalry that
Sometimes
made it
truly
destroyed.
hilarious.
It's a tale about opening your heart, finding
box on
acceptance,
both your
and
houses.
inventing the most efficient means of shipping and packaging that mankind has ever known. Proving that to find what's in your soul, you have to look outside the box and into another box, which is a house, your home. And that truly is the greatest box of all. Tune in every Wednesday at 8 for this once-in-a-week time television event, A Box on Both Your Houses, presented by Square Packages, the packaging specialists.
Box on both your houses. Presented by Square Package.
What's up, y'all? It's your host, Deep Thought, coming back at you with the thought of the day. Wherever you are and whatever you're doing, pause for a second and take in your surroundings. You can't stop to savor every moment, but if you're not careful, the days will slip past.
With a
before
bit of
you
luck,
even
when we add
realize.
buses,
Gather
trolley
yourself
buses, or
in
whatever,
this moment and let the feeling be
maybe we
sweet
can
and still, along with
dump
the
out like,
silence of the deep
I don't
forest
know, total of maybe 10 choppers, because I get a feeling this isn't going to be our only chopper jam. In fact, I can already see another one going on over there. But on the other hand, over time, this should eventually sort itself out, so... I think it's just insane that so many people are actually using them. It's completely nuts. But then again, yeah, what other public transportation options do they have? None? There's just so many helicopters everywhere. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get rid of that wind turbine. That wind turbine is just an eyesore. Much better. Now we'll go back to the free camera, just long enough so we can get that screenshot that we wanted. And then we'll go back to actually building. This is actually pretty nice too. Few boats too many. If I can get it not... yeah, couldn't get it before it moved out. They always seem to be coming in threes, interestingly enough. Although that could just be a short-term impression. There's another one coming in. Come on, give us nighttime. We spent all day waiting for it. Oh, we're slowly getting there. This is starting to look like dusk. Or at least very late afternoon. You can actually see the shadow of the Oriental Pearl Tower moving here with the sun. Getting longer and longer, moving over in that direction. But it doesn't really look, at least like in the center, like that helicopter jam is going to go away anytime soon. Although it may. The one on the right that seemed to be a problem, that's also gone away. And now we can start working on that screenshot again. Maybe when these two merge, for example, if they merge. And of course, a third one had to come in right then. But I think we can still get what we're looking for. Again, they seem to come in threes for some mysterious reason. My guess is that there's 3 outside connections that are reasonably the same distance away. And so when the ships they send out, they come in basically all at the same time. So... yeah, like those two, for example, they always get here at almost the same time. And then as soon as they merge, a third one comes in. No, maybe not. Oh, and the rain's letting up a little bit so we can see the stars again. Now we can pop 2 or 3 of those screenshots that we were looking for. And now we can take a look back at what we were actually building. Where are we at? 65,000. Still losing people. My guess is it's going to be an employment issue. Unemployment. No, 6%. That's actually become a reasonable number. And here we have that normal commercial area I was talking about, and as you can see, we're getting the stepping effect that we were hoping for. And we're getting some upgrading. Although this normal commercial does, of course, have the danger of popping in a Giga store. One of these huge chunks all of a sudden. So we may want to put a high-rise ban on that district. In fact, that's exactly what we're going to do. That's not Butler Square, I think that's the Willow district, right? Yeah. And we're gonna plop a high-rise ban again in there. Just to make sure they don't go nuts and wind up putting in, yeah, we already ended up with 1. But that's okay because that's more or less in this central row where we're still moving down from. And we may start working on some of our stepping over here as well. Just by drawing some districts. Where would we want to put this? I think in here. Problem is, of course, that Elizabeth Park was too small. But that's actually not a problem, because we'll just turn this into the same district. And so we'll hit that with organic and local produce anyway. So that way any commercial that does go in there will be, of course, of the kind that we want it to be. And then we'll just take this road. In fact, we don't even want to go over that far. So we'll take this over to, let's say, here. And just run it on, run it through this road, run it up to here. And basically just continue that over here. Again, the important thing here is the high-rise ban. So that we can just recreate a bit of a stepped cityscape. Of course, at the cost of this low-density residential that's out in here. But I think that's still going to work fine. Because what's going to happen is that the low-density residential is actually then going to butt up against this. And I don't think that's actually going to be a problem. In fact, I think that's going to be exactly what we want. Oh, Magnolia Heights, policies, high-rise ban, please, and we, of course, do still want that organic and local specialization. We already had that in there. So these should go back in as organic and local. And now we have to demolish a lot of low density residential and put in high density where it used to be.
Our animatronics are so real, you'll think a T-Rex is serving you T-bone, a pterodactyl is serving you teriyaki, that a brontosaurus is serving you chili dogs.
In fact, we'll pause the game now while we do this. Otherwise, we're going to wind up with all sorts of evil side effects.
So, take a trip into the wild at Dinosaurus. You can dine in or dine-o.
Lights, camera, movie.
And
there's nothing like
took
watching a
that
movie to
over
take
there.
you to another place or time.
Fairly certain that was
to watch than Drome Cinema. And no better time than the time it takes
the
you to
end
get
of
from
it.
where you are to where we are. You'll break box office records of fun as you take a trip to Tinseltown Movieville, USA.
No, we actually went over here and took that road, I'm fairly certain.
The only thing you hear is the movie. That high-pitched shuttle drone is normal. It's the sound your ears
we
hear
do
when
not
there's
want to
nothing for your
dezone
ears
them.
to hear here. So come on down and enjoy the movies where everyone's a star.
Only over here.
If you're looking for
here.
Search no further.
Oh, and this is going to cause, of course, a huge drop in our population when we initially unzone. Whoa! What popped in here? That is, of course, low density. Surprised I saw that. Obviously, I didn't see this or this or this on time, which is why these buildings now need to be demolished, so that they can actually build the way they were supposed to. Same goes for this interesting mixed plot. It's obviously designed as a commercial plot and will stay as such. You know what? Yeah, it will. It will. Ah, that can't move because of the metro station. Okay. So, did we get everything? No, we didn't. We'll grab the marquee tool again and just hook it on up there. And I think now we should have hit everything that was removed. And these are actually going to come down as well, at least some of them, and be affected by the same policy. So the stepping is actually going to start basically here on this road. And that's actually not too bad. That's actually very positive. And then that's going to come down a little bit from this height, going over here into the second city center and into the slight suburbs. In fact, we may tear these down long term as well, although I do think we're probably going to get another set of high residential going in over here, so we'll see. I mean, we just lost 1,200 people, so let's wait and see what they do when they move back in first before we do anything else. In fact, you know what? I'll add in, well, we've already got this area lying open. We'll actually throw in some more parks. Just to make absolutely sure everyone's happy about living here. And also to break up the the density just a little bit. Maybe toss in a bouncy castle just for shits and giggles. In fact, we'll put that under the... we can't put that under the overpass. That would have been too nice. We can put that right there. And maybe a little doggy park over here somewhere. Although they've got that. I think these guys are more in need of something like that. Although they have this huge park over here, so... Here, on the other hand, we definitely need to start doing something like that. Like a doggy park, for example. Just put that right in the middle. Maybe a large playground right next to it. See if we can't get a park with trees in here somewhere. No, that's not happening. If that's happening anywhere, it's going to happen here off the highway. But no, that's not going to happen at all, I think. So we'll just see if we can't get one up here, maybe under an overpass somewhere. Nope, that's just not going to happen. We're just not far enough away, it appears. Okay, then we'll add this in. You know what? We'll go right behind the university with it. Just add in some large parks back here. The mortuary is still there in the way. So we'll move that off to, let's say here. Add another large park back in here. Large park, large park. And then we'll actually connect these with a grass path, with a path. Add snapping back, so it shows me where those are. Oh, there's no node there. But that'll work. Oh yeah, that looks nice. It looks like these are almost, it almost looks like these are one park, and that was the point. Of course, that's not going to connect yet, but that will. No, it won't. And we'll just leave that the way it is and add in some more trees. And that'll just look very nice the way it is. I'll pause it so that I don't get nighttime right now when I don't need it. Ah, that's why we can't get down closer, because we've got that. Just add those on the corners for sure. On both sides, of course. Add one in over here. We'll add some significantly larger and different trees here in the center. Bamboo tree. Just put 2 redwoods in there. Just as kind of cornerstones of the whole thing. And we'll add in maybe some trash bins and what have we got here? That little sandbox in there. Picnic tables. And some more picnic tables and maybe a trash can. Add some night lights. Add a bench there, and one here. And now that just looks like it belongs in part of that park. It just looks like one big park with 2 large redwood trees in the middle. Nice. Oh, and we're losing money. We're actually losing money now. And the question there is why? Industry is not what's causing it. Public transportation, yeah, costing me $28,000 and only bringing in $3,000 a week. So that may have something to do with it. Yeah. Planes say everything. That's already $2,500 there. Anything else that's stupidly expensive? Trains aren't bringing in much. Metro is running at a loss. It's all running at a loss, and that's why I generally try to avoid doing too much public transportation. In fact, we're going to go so far as to slash some of our budgets. Let's see what the overall cost is. Exactly, 62% of it is coming from residential zones. Most of it, of course, level 5 high density or level 5 low density. 19% is coming from commercial zones. 10% is coming from industrial and office zones. We, of course, still have a large ore industry. We do have some normal industry as well. Offices aren't upgrading as fast as I would like to. Fishing, we're still running a net profit. General industry, warehouses and unique factories, we're running a net loss. Ore industry, okay, we don't have an industry area there, so that doesn't count. But yeah, that factory is running a net loss. The helicopters are running a net loss. Well, all public transportation is running a net loss. What can we do about that? Well, we can add high ticket prices as a city policy. Where was that? I'm hoping that will at least help. Otherwise, we're just going to have to slash the budgets. We may not have another choice. Because this is bad enough that it will bankrupt us long term. It won't bankrupt us now, but it will bankrupt us eventually. And it is every so often jumping up to positive. So I'm thinking when this residential area comes back in, our income will probably go back up. That's actually almost certainly the cause of why we're currently running negative income. But this is something I definitely want to see the effects of before we actually start running more changes, because now we're also going to get a population influx. And that's also going to cause us to have to create more of an even more commercial area over here. That one came from there, so this one will come from here again. And this will run just... Where does that start? It starts up there. No, we actually do want to curve that a little bit more in line with this. Ah, that's the problem. We have the curved road tool installed and not the freeform. So, and we'll take this exactly. We'll take this up once again, almost to the point where people can still use that as a path across, but not far enough to the point where, so, and this is set to high ticket prices, blah, 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 blah. So that's standard commercial, and this is then where our organic and local produce goes in. on this road. Just left and right, one each. Or rather, just enough to make sure that this road, that everything that's going off of this road is organic and local produce. And then we can start putting residential in behind it again. So, we are getting there, we are getting there.
At Akio, we've been making the best in mobile phones for over 20 years. How did we get there?
And then
By putting ringtones
drag
on every
that up
commercial
to
that make you
here
think your
and
phone is
over
ringing.
to here, and
Whether
this we
you
can
have a new
actually
phone,
delete
an old
completely.
phone,
That
or
was
just
of
leave it
course
on
a
vibrate,
big
we make
mistake.
sure you always hear your phone in our
I'm really
commercials.
good at that.
It's our way of saying we hear you.
Yeah, and
So
that
don't be
should
silenced
work
when opportunity calls. Pick it up. It's for you.
swimmingly.
Akio Mobile.
Bring the whole family to
Victoria
At the
Hills,
Old
set
Grain
it to
Mill,
organic and
old-fashioned
local
family
produce.
restaurant. At the Old Grain Mill
And
always
here we
has the
actually
best
won't run with a
service and
high-rise
the best
ban,
home-style meals in town.
but we'll just go for
We'll
high
make
density
sure
on
you
one
always
side
leave at
and
the
low
Old
on
Grain
the
Mill
other.
with a smile and a full belly. Now, be sure that you come down to At the Old Grain Mill, old-fashioned family restaurant, and not the abandoned grain facility at the edge of town. It's not safe for visitors and poses serious risks to anyone.
Obviously,
who
nobody
dares
wants
enter
to
that
live on this
mill,
road,
which was forced to close down years
nor
ago.
was that
We
ever
ordered our
intended.
sign and uniforms before we
Oh,
learned
and
of the
now
existence of that
we put the
dangerous
low
old
density in on
flour
the
mill,
other
so
side.
we are not responsible for what happened there on that awful night. We just want to focus on making great meals every night at the Old Grain Mill.
And when this comes
Old-fashioned
in,
family
then we should have
restaurant at the
more
Old
than enough
Grain Mill
jobs.
from
We should
our family
actually,
to
at least
yours.
theoretically, then start to get worker shortages again. At least that's a bit of the hope I have. Not that worker shortages are a good thing, but in this case, they're just an indication that it's running the way I want it to, or we want it to.
I know it can be tough on days when you're feeling down, but give it a shot and experience the power of the human mind. If you need a helping hand to get started, here's a track to set the mood. As always, I'm Deep Thought. This
We're having trash issues up here. That's interesting. Oh, that's right. We can add some more commercial down in here, because we do already have the infrastructure in place for it. God, still so many people using the helicopters. But yeah, we're back up to 19,000 income. I'm getting a feeling that's going to be primarily a return of our residential income. And not even that much, actually. Although, yeah, 57 or 58%. So yeah, that is at least to some extent what it is. And of course, we now also have a bit more commercial income, because we're going to have more commercial income. So yeah, I think that was primarily just a result of this mass dezoning over here. And we can actually see the stepping that we wanted to get going into effect nicely. We've got buildings upgrading to level 2, level 3, but they're never going to reach this height. And that's going to end roughly here. And that should, 1, boost our population, and 2, also give us a bit more of a realistic look to this city. We shall see. That's basically what we're waiting on to see. What exactly is going to happen here? Because this is basically what we want. We want to still be able to see through here, between these buildings and these buildings. But without all of these buildings here being like these low density 1 and 2 story buildings, we do want these to get up to like maybe this height or so, or somewhere like this. This is a small high density with 10 people already, with 10 households already in it, so. Because otherwise we're just going to wind up ending up with high density everywhere, and that's just not going to look right. That doesn't look realistic. And to be honest, high density everywhere also causes significant traffic problems, because where more people move, where more people live, where more people go to shop, where more people go to, what's the third that you can get high density in? No, it is actually only those two. But exactly, the more people... Oh boy, that is not looking the way I want it to. And that may actually now be causing a problem. 76% traffic flow. So I guess tomorrow we're probably going to have to work primarily on unborking some of this traffic. Because this is just starting to get out of hand. Although it also does appear to be clearing up again reasonably fast. The main issue is just that these two intersections are so close together. But I can't, well, can I take that one and put it up here? Well, would that help at all? Maybe not putting it up there, but maybe I could... that's all... Well, then again... Then, of course, they lose the ability to turn around if I don't connect it until up there. Maybe we can connect that up here. And just slightly alleviate this. Now, obviously that's not the point here. We're gonna definitely have to go down to at least 3 lanes here. Still getting this, especially since people want to come off here again. Can I maybe... get some of these people off of there and onto here directly? Would that even make sense? Let's see what happens. Because I get a feeling a lot of these people are trying to come over here. And I may be able to filch some of them off right here and right there. This is going to run up to be very interesting at best. Obviously I can't connect to that directly, that would just be going way too fast. I received too much too soon. So what I can do, I can run it. Can I run it up here? Just alongside of this one. No, it's going a little bit too far over. over to here at least. Here I can go above that, I hope, I think, I believe. God, this is going to be... where's my mouse? There's my mouse. Can't connect there because of that, so we'll move that over a little bit. In the interest of progress. Oh, where was it? There it was. That's where we want to go. Let's see if that doesn't help, at least just a little bit. Not getting anything from there up to here, that's just asking too much, I think. Unless... I can take it off of here. That might work. The idea being that I might be able to sling back over across here. My people are going to hate me for these overpasses, but I think they're the only way we're ever possibly going to get this running. We had it come up before. Ah, that's right, the angle was so extreme that we actually had to go over there. But that, yeah, that'll work. Haha. Will it create the desired effect? I highly doubt it, but we'll see what happens. Oh, but we do immediately get traffic on it, so... Somebody's interested in using it, if nothing else. Unfortunately, not enough people seem to be interested in using it. That said, they may still be backed up on either one of these roads, as opposed to being able to even come out here and find out. You know what? We're gonna see if we can't improve this with some lane management. Does look to be getting a little bit better. I guess we'll have to wait and see how it works out, but God, this bridge system has just become insane. Yeah, traffic flow 70%, that's not where we want it. See if I can't switch that to a 2-lane. Oh, they're getting out much better now, though. And they are using this as well. So the question is how long it's going to take for them to start using it. Because once they do, we should also have less of a need for the Forky-Borky lane switching going up there. What's interesting is that this is actually a 2-lane highway, the entire length. So theoretically, people should be just jumping out of their lane and absolutely ecstatic to use this, but it may be that the overall length is just so much longer that it's not really interesting for them. But it's definitely interesting, at least for some of them. We definitely got people shooting out, are getting people shooting off from here, but not at all from here. So yeah, this lane is useless. But the tailback has gone away because now they can get in here, get onto this highway more effectively. But now they're having problems again. You know what we'll do? We'll pop this up to 3. Just for a second there. Just to give them a lane to merge on. See if that doesn't help. Well, if nothing else, it helps everybody else keep shooting through, so. I think we're gonna need a 3rd lane here after all. I don't think that's gonna make enough of a difference. And it does allow people here to bypass this as well, so it may have been the better solution. Starting here, it does appear to start flowing out again once they get done with their lane switching. What was with that guy? I get a feeling this is all just getting worse. Not entirely sure. I wish I could upgrade this to 4 lanes, but I can't. Although, did I ever try? I can. That should solve the problem completely. Theoretically, because now they have a lane to get on. While they'll still be switching over in the beginning, everybody else can go past, and only the people that actually want to get off here will actually switch over into this lane. So theoretically, in a world where lane mathematics actually works, the problem should now be sorted. And it does look somewhat reasonable. Still a bit out of hand, but not overly so anymore. See if I can get that up to 4 lanes as well. Yes, I can, but not that. Just to give them an extra lane to swap off
fuel
on.
Of the modern economy. The age-old Italian tradition of burning beans and drinking the bitter bean juice. At Burn Bean Coffee, our environment is
And the problem here is actually the 2-lane exit. See if it works better with 1 lane. That lets the rest of the traffic flow through better. And that theoretically should also cause less lane switching up here, because they no longer have 2 lanes to try to get past over here.
Productivity flow. Sippy sip coffee fans. Burn Bean Coffee. Get it while it's hot. Due to recent border
Exactly, we'll add noise barriers here as well, since we're already
Gaze
at
a
it.
gazelle. Lock eyes with a lemur. Shake hands with a turtle. At the City Zoo, you can experience the wild in our wildest exhibition yet. Come down this weekend to meet our newest addition, a three-toed sloth named Barbara. She'll hook you with her smile.
Yeah, and since
hook
that's
you again
already
with her
raised
curved
up,
toes
we can't
used to grasp
actually
trees
add
in the
noise
wild.
barriers because it already
After
has
that, take
noise
a
barriers.
gander at another new
Why
species.
are noise
A new
barriers
type
here
of
like
bird previously
semi-open?
identified
What's
as a
going on
different type
there?
of bird due to a zoological error. Fun for the whole
Ah, it's not
family.
semi-open, it's just
Book
you can
now
actually
and get a
see the
free
fence from
handful
that
of
side,
pellets
and
to feed the fish. Limit 4 per
Okay.
family while supplies last. We'll look forward to seeing you where the
here
animals
we're
live in
having a
rooms
problem with
painted to
people
look
getting
like
in.
home.
Why are we having a problem with
The
people
City
getting
Zoo.
in? Because this isn't flowing. Why is this not flowing?
Deep thoughts and fun days. That
Oh,
you should
boy.
leave that dial right where it is. Welcome
I
to the
really
Deep
should have
Focus
thought of
Channel.
traffic first. Oh well, too late. We're still growing, we're still maturing, and 74%. Okay, that's not excellent. That could definitely be worse. And I think part of the problem here is that we don't have extra roads coming off of these highways, providing people with a chance other than this one to get in here, because if they can actually just pump through here and use a highway to get down here instead of zipping through or dipping through, plodding through, I should almost say, the residential areas, they will. You just have to actually give them that option. Like, for example, here on this somewhat wider stretch where right in front of the university too. That's a nice place to put that. And then we'll put one here and this little stretch between the two intersections. And then we should also get many, many more people actually using this section of the highway. Slope too steep, really? Okay. I guess we'll pull that back a little bit. Say to about here. Just so that we can properly connect it up here. And there's the other connection in. Yeah, we're going to want one more. But we're actually going to want to jump onto there, I think, with that. Oh, that's right. If we're going to put in a second 4-lane, we need to do that now. Before we... that's a large avenue with grass. That's the one that generally screws me over, so no. And that's where that second 4-lane is going to go, so that we can actually use that to jump up from the highway. And now we need some cross connections, which are always a chore, because more often than not, you're going to have these pillars in the way. Either that, or you can have other angle issues. So every so often we'll wind up having to use a T intersection, whether you want to or not. Not a T, a cross intersection. I generally try to avoid using those if possible. Now people have numerous other possibilities for getting in here, depending on where exactly they want to go. And we'll take out the traffic lights, of course, because this probably added a ton. Well, not quite as many as I was afraid of, but enough to be annoying, of course. And let's look at the 4-lane, the new one on the other side. Obviously we have that. We don't want that. We don't want that. Exactly. That's a light we don't want. That's a light we don't want. That's a light we don't want. And that's a light we don't want. In fact, I probably could have, if not should have, taken this a little bit closer to the highway, but to be honest, I don't consider it that much of a problem. And what I'm just noticing is that I actually have tons of off-ramps now, but not a single on-ramp, and that's of course bullshit. Commercial zoning back in. And then here we get another off. That's actually too close to that on. So we'll dump that completely. Once again, fix the zoning that was damaged. Although it's surprising that was damaged on the other side where there was no road connection that actually happened. Oh, that's right, we need to check out up here. No, that worked fine. That also worked. So, and that's the next off, and so here we need an on. And now we can actually do the same thing for the other side. First we want an on-ramp coming off of here. Take an off-ramp coming off of here. Another on-ramp coming in from here. So this one wants to play with me, so we'll play. You're kidding, right? And we'll just do that from here. I don't have a problem with it. My citizens won't have a problem with it. And if anybody does, they can take it up with the city council. Yeah, I think we're just coming out a little bit too sharp on that one. There, that's what we're looking for. That to go there and zip up there. Not beautiful, but it will work. And now we need another off-ramp. I think that's going to work just fine over here, coming off. And then we actually have another on-ramp, and I don't think it's going to make much sense to give them any more options here, other than maybe the option to turn around here somewhere. And exactly in the spirit of lane management, plop, 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 plop. Probably still going to do whatever the flip they want, but at least I tried. And those actually already have those 4-lane connections. So this is going to be more interesting now. And we can already see more people using it up here. And that should theoretically somewhat de-stress the traffic back here. And it does seem to be doing so. Because now people actually have a legitimate alternative to come through over here if they really want to. Where does that actually turn into a 3-lane, just out of curiosity? Right there? And then here it just suddenly becomes a 3-lane. Okay. So that's basically where we're going to want to put our... That's not where we're going to want to put anything yet, to be honest. We'll just leave it the way it is. Whether we have 2 or 3 lanes back there really doesn't make much of a difference. The important thing is that people can actually use this highway now. And they are using it, so yeah, I think that did have the desired effect. Question is just whether or not it was strong enough. Because what I'm also noticing is that people here, they can get out from the highway reasonably well, but what they can't do is actually get on it. And so that's kind of bullshit. I was so busy letting people get off the highway that I completely forgot that somebody has to get on it just to get off of it. We'll pop that up to 4 lanes. And that should actually also de-stress some of our other connections. I'm hoping. That's the plan, at least. Because right now, the only way to get on this highway is... Yeah, the only way to get on either highway right now going in is through here, which is okay. That's not necessarily a bad solution. Although these people... Well, these people are not going in on that highway. They would be turning around here if they wanted to. Like that guy just did, and this guy, and that guy. And we're doing 4,500 negative again. I get a feeling industry is really going to be it's 2,200, so it's probably mostly public transportation that's screwing us financially. Yeah, 13% expenses, 3% income, and it's 20,000 negative income. Exactly, that steel mill we already removed. Or did we? Ah, that's right, that's the waste transfer facility. Yeah, the steel mill and everything is gone up here, so there is no ore industry per se causing us any costs. It's all just down to public transport right now, as far as these immense costs. And I think the best way to reduce that, as dumb as it sounds, is going to be slashing the budgets of these helicopters. As little as I want to. Slash them both down to 10 vehicles. Exactly. See what the story is with metro and train lines while we're at it. Theoretically, they should see more use now, with fewer choppers flying. Metro lines are running... That line is running at capacity and doesn't need to, I don't think. No, we can totally drag some vehicles off of that. Go down to about let's say 7 or 8. I think we originally had 8. This line with 5 vehicles is also too many. I think we can live with 3. And that's going to cut our costs significantly to the point where we can actually introduce maybe another 2 to each line. Just so we also don't re-get the jams. I'd like to get the choppers without the jams, if at all possible. Traffic here is still gumming up. You know what? We're gonna add a turnaround lane. No, we're not gonna add a turnaround. Oh. You know what? Look at the routes. Yeah, a lot of people coming through here actually want to turn around and go back that way. And if they're coming through here, let's see, are they coming from here? What point do they enter? I get a feeling, yeah, they're not on the road here, so they're actually coming from here. The people that are coming from in here are the ones that want to go back over that way.
Don't you want money for nothing? Yeah, you
So what
do.
we
What's the
need
catch?
is
There is one.
a connection
Anyone who wants
from
it can have
here,
it. You just have to ask for
ideally
it.
over
Our
to
3 days
there, and I
sleepaway
get a
camp is the
feeling
perfect
that's not
place to
going to
strike it
work,
rich.
because it's
Who
going
are
to
we?
tell us
Well,
that
we're the
distance
number
is
one
too
dream
short.
makers in the region. And you are a
Even though there
motivated,
originally
driven,
was
confident
a connection
individual
there.
who has a desire
Right, just
to
from
make
there to
it
there.
big. Run!
You're
Don't
kidding, I
walk.
can do that?
Get your heart rate above 120. This is exciting. This offer is just for you because you deserve it. Come alone. So don't
Distance too
wait.
short.
The early
That's
bird catches
unfortunately
the
what I
worm,
was
and
expecting.
the worm is a bus at 143 Industrial Way that leaves at dawn. So grab destiny by the horns. Go on, grab it. It's yours for the taking. Money for nothing.
You know, we'll put that in right there. We
It might
do
come
have
as a
enough
surprise to
lanes.
some of you, but the title of Deep Thought wasn't simply given to me. I had to earn it. Many days of study
Just
and
so that they at
meditation
least don't
are
have to go all the way down over here again.
I claim the title with pride. It's tempting to
Although that really
attribute the
doesn't make
success
much of a
others to
difference.
luck or inborn talent,
That's
but in
basically
fact,
a
every
zero
admirable achievement is backed by hours of
significant
practice and
benefit.
dedication. Don't assume that you're simply outclassed when you see the success
Definitely
of
not
your
a solution
peers.
for the problem.
Take it as an inspiring reminder of what you will soon achieve.
What would the solution be?
Always in your corner. This is the deep
Other than
focus
taking a line from here and just connecting it straight back up there, which is completely pointless. The big issue now is people that want to get out of our city. And we need to allow that to happen. So let's see if we can't slightly improve exfiltration by pushing that up to 4 lanes. Just giving them absolutely no reason to block them coming out. Yeah, that does appear to be looking better, to be working better. We get the Horky Borky here again, of course, but what is going on there? But at least people can get out here now again, which was the main issue. Let's see if I can't turn that into a 2-lane. I think we tried. Yeah, that just wasn't going to work. Yeah. And of course it's locking this one up again. Oh, wait a sec, I've got an idea. Don't know if it's a good idea. I would take a line and connect it from here. It's not gonna work, and this is too low for that to work here, right? No, it's not. That's going to be a complete clusterfuck of a crossing. I can already see it coming, but let's just see what happens if I do actually decide now that we're going to go up this way instead. I don't think anybody up here actually ever uses that line down there, now that I think about it. And what's interesting is that traffic is actually flowing surprisingly well over here. It's completely removed the lane connection issue here. I think. Yeah, now we can probably go back down to 1 lane with this. And completely stop them from getting in anybody's way over here. I mean, of course, now we've just transferred basically most of the problem to here. But since nobody ever really wants to get off here, and they can go either way, you know what, we're going to take this out. And just connect this up over here. Oh, that's right, that's because that's 4 lanes there and it's already going down to 2. So what we need to do, we actually need to make sure that highway stays as a 4 lane on this bridge as well. That may actually be what caused that problem back earlier as well. It's just not having enough lanes. In fact, we can make this 3 lanes and that will also likely alleviate some of the switching. Oh, and now we're getting the blockage here. Because of course the people here are still wanting to come back onto the highway. And here we're actually getting probably quite a few people here that are just trying to turn around. So that is... well, let's find out. Let's find out who's using that access ramp for what. There are some people that are using that to turn around. So, what would be more prudent actually be to move this to a point a little bit further along the road. It's not that we don't want them to turn around, we just don't want them to turn around there. That's too bad. That would have been nice. Just already being connected up like that with a node. Why is that 4-lane anyway? There's absolutely no reason for that to be 4-lane. This, on the other hand, this has a reason to be 4-lane, but this is 2, so it doesn't. Well, it doesn't matter. In fact, what we'll just do, we'll just take that off of here. Connect it up to there. Ah, but then we get that line coming right off there. So that's no good. We don't want to have that right next to any other intersections, because then that's just going to cause the same problem somewhere else. That looks nice. That's the kind of place where that needs to go. So 4-lane without, 4-lane, well, no 4-lane. Okay, now let's see how that runs. By removing that and putting it over here. Although what we've actually just done, we've incentivized turning around and using that, so not sure that was necessarily an improvement. But we did get rid of the people jumping over 3 and 4 lanes right here just to use that, so I guess it was a win? Not sure. What I can see is that we still have huge queues here. And they don't appear to be going away anytime soon, and they're still not pumping up in here like we originally hoped. In fact, there's almost nobody on these roads now all of a sudden, which I find somewhat surprising. I don't even want to look at the number now, because now it's probably going down like, oh, not even. We did actually improve something. Because we were down at like 70 before, and now we're back up to 80, so. Okay. I did say I would fail my way to victory. As usual, it doesn't appear that I promised too much. That highway is very heavily used, so that's actually also part of why that number looks the way it does. Can we do anything about that? Yeah, we can. We can turn that into 4-lane. Just give them an extra lane off. Because of course these external highways also count towards our traffic, as long as they're inside our area of effect, so to speak. Which is why we're also going to do the same thing down here. No, we're not. No, we're not. So many people. And that highway actually turns down here as well. So these people are actually coming from all the way over here. And we could theoretically take all of this traffic and get it coming into our city over here. The question is, do we really want that to happen? All we would have to do is buy this tile. And then, well, these are actually 2 tiles. But for example, this tile, and then we could put a connection and draw this directly into our city, but do we really want to do that? Because right now it's all still coming in from here, and it's actually surprisingly manageable. Decisions. Well, first thing, as far as decisions go, is to re-add some commercial space back in here. Some of the high density specifically, because again we want to move towards having our in fact, no, we'll do this a little bit differently. We'll only put the high density back in here, because this is standard commercial. And then what we'll actually do, we'll put some level limited high density residential back in here. So to do that, we'll actually just extend this, because I can definitely put the level lock on this organic, because since this is a specialized industry, it always grows at level 3. There is no leveling up for specialized industry, for specialized commercial and industry zones, and that's something that we're going to use to our advantage right now, just by making this into a high density residential that cannot level up. We'll actually connect that up there, but not with a one-way road. That's a little bit too much. And now we'll take a road back in here and create exactly those high density residential buildings we were talking about. Again, level locked, or high-rise band I should say, or they will be high-rise band at least once I finally get over here and actually click on that button. So, and that district goes to there, that's right. And then we can do, yeah, we can create those same level band high rises over here. And the rest of this was already zoned as standard commercial, right? Right. So that's going to work just fine. Anything that's in here is obviously also going to be commercial. That's just the way our cities roll. In fact, we're going to add roads in here to give us more commercial area. Because one thing we don't have in here is a way to, wait a sec, we'll change that a little bit. We're not using all the space that we actually could. Like, for example, all of this under the bridge can also be zoned, but of course you need a road that goes under there to get to it. Ah, come on. There was a spot there. We'll take that. Obviously, you're not going to create a huge area under the bridge, because what you can't do under the bridge is build really high. You can only build in the little gaps between the bridges. But when you've got a large plot like this that's just otherwise barren and open, yeah, you just have to do it. Otherwise, it just looks, yeah, empty, barren, open, and empty, which is exactly what it is.
Fault Tech cameras. If you want the best, you have got to go big. That's why
Take
our
this
cameras are
off
the biggest
of
on the
there,
market.
actually.
Our shutters the loudest.
Let's see if we
Our
can't just go
lenses the
right
longest.
between.
Cameras aren't paperweights.
They're tools. Tools
The two
used to
highways.
create. In fact, the most valuable camera is the one that you're afraid to take outside. Faulttech. Only the best. Bring the whole family to At the Old Grain Mill, old-fashioned family restaurant. At the Old Grain Mill always has the best service and the best home-style meals in
The
town.
whole under the bridge
We'll
thing
make sure
is
you
now
always leave At the Old Grain Mill
up
with a
and
smile
running.
and a full belly.
We'll take another
Now,
one off of
be
here.
sure that you come down to At the Old Grain Mill, old-fashioned family restaurant,
So we
and
can
not the abandoned
just
grain
put that in
facility
there.
at the edge of town. It's not safe for visitors and poses serious risks to anyone
Next
who
one we'll
dares
take
enter
off
that
of
old mill,
here
which was
again.
forced to close down years ago. We ordered our sign and uniforms before we learned of the existence of that dangerous old flour mill, so we are not responsible for what happened there on that awful night. We just want to focus on making great meals every night at the Old Grain Mill, old-fashioned family restaurant at the Old Grain Mill, from our family to yours.
And we'll take one of them off of this side as well.
The radio waves are my canvas, and music is my pigment. This is deep thought with a deep focus channel.
And that should basically be everything that we could possibly want to zone in here. Every little... anything that has any sort of access to the sky in there should now be zoned. Oh, now let's just see what happens. What goes in where, what goes in how, why. Oh, that of course needs to change. That needs to be residential. Any other blocks that are half and half? Nope. We're gonna knock that residential chunk out and put in just a little bit more high density commercial. But this is looking nice overall so far. Still not enjoying the fact that we're losing money. Not one bit. Our residential income has actually gone down. Okay. Offices. So we need to slowly consider how we're going to get more residential income. I'm a bit surprised at that. And here we're getting exactly what we wanted. We've got the slightly higher buildings here, but not super high, and then the low density coming out. That was generally the effect that we wanted, just to make it look a little more realistic. Because again, you don't normally get this stark contrast of super high directly going to super low. In fact, I will limit these from hitting level 5. Although I don't think the Underhill district is actually particularly large, so that's not, well, it might have an effect, but then again I think it's also all specialized, so it actually makes no difference, yeah. Might as well leave it out. Oh, and that's working much better now as well. So yeah, this is still heavily used, but we don't seem to be getting massive congestion on the way out of the city anymore. I think overall, yeah, we've gone up to 83% again. Nice. That means people are actually using these highways now, right? Yeah, that's exactly what's going on. They're not using them nearly as much as over here on the other side, but they are using them. I mean, over here on the other side, okay, there's also only this one place where they can really actually use the highway, so to speak. Everybody else has to crawl through the city either to get to here, or of course get to here, where they can actually then connect to the highway. But still, I think that's working nicely. And our income is positive again. Wonder for how long. Unemployment is down to 3%. So likely that abandoned building we just saw was because of... Oh, there was no abandoned building. There's one. Why? Low density commercial, worker education was too low. That should not actually be happening. They should have more than enough in the way of schools. Yeah, they've got an elementary school right here. They've got a high school right over here. Ah, we just don't have enough capacity with our high schools, okay. And we've got that institute over there, so really, there's absolutely no reason for these people to be, well, idiots. Let's add a public library over here, though. That's definitely something we can add that will have a positive effect. Over a relatively large area normally as well. We just add in 2-3 public libraries. In key areas, and that should also help us sort some of our education issues out. Because again, community schools, yeah, that should not be a problem. High schools, they have 2. We might be able to add a 3rd one over here. That would, of course, make sense. And put a little elementary school, like right over here. Just so that area also has nothing to complain about, even in the long term. Because that high school should be more than enough in the elementary school. And we'll probably end up putting another one in here somewhere. Public library. No, you guys don't get a library yet. Although, if these guys get one, you can use it too, of course. Ah, screw it. We'll put one in there as well. And that should also then help us to sort out the education complaints that we were getting here, right? Worker education too low, yeah. Because they're obviously not drawing most of their workforce from over here, but they're drawing it from over here. So if we don't have education over here, then yeah, we don't get smart workers, we don't get a working subsidy. So, and I'm going to be right back. I need to go grab a beer. They should be cold by now. And I'm back with beer in hand. Probably just heard it open, and cheers. I would kind of like to get the last milestone through before we quit today. And they're still clamoring for more industry, so I think what I might do, that would actually be a really good idea, is give this industry some additional room over here. In no small part also because there's already the connection to that cargo terminal over here, and that's definitely something we want to continue to use. And in fact, those are close enough that we can actually get rid of those as well. This community no longer needs to be an autonomous block of office buildings because, again, electricity can easily jump over from those two buildings. Get rid of the tool before I bulldoze something by mistake. And of course, things like this also play into your traffic because you obviously have congestion here, but that's just a fact of life if you're using these cargo harbors. Because it's just an efficient way to get cargo out of the city. Especially since they can do it by train or by boat. For example, this train is completely unloaded. Now they're going to go back to Las Vegas with another 20% load. So not fully loaded, but enough for it to be worth the trucks to come here using the cargo, using this instead of actually exporting it here via the roads, which is why you can see comparatively little completely outgoing traffic here. So the question now is just, do we want to put high density in here and just limit it like we have here, or do we really want to go in here and just turn this into another new low density area? And I'm still tending towards that second option. Oh, and we definitely need to limit the height of these standard commercial buildings. I completely forgot that. So please stop everything you're doing and create a new district over here, please, without destroying this one. We'll just extend this a little bit further so that it doesn't mash it up when we create this one. Which of course it will, because the game doesn't like me. The game thinks I'm a hack and I don't need to have access to these tools. In fact, there we'll leave them to actually go up full height. No, we won't. We'll leave them to go up full height everywhere else but here. So no level 5 commercial in this area, please. Please do general purpose commercial, but again, no level 5. In fact, no, we don't want level 5 on that end either. The level 5 can actually stay over here if it ever comes in. So now we need to go here into Chester Square and institute a high-rise ban. Somebody's probably already going to be mad about that, but I cannot please everybody, and I am not even going to try. And this district does still need to go up here. I don't care what you say. Just needs to... Ah, that was a huge mistake. That was an even bigger mistake. If at first you fail, continue, continue, continue until the desired results are somehow failed into existence. So that should be... Yeah, now that district is done. Because if we put low density in here, that's not even good. We're not even going to need a high-rise limit or something like that, because it's never actually going to get that high. But what we also want to do, Victoria Hills was set for how do you say, was set for organic and local, and we do want to put that in here just as a final side barrier, so to speak, and then just put a nice residential enclave in here. Where did my lighter go? No, that's not. There it is. And obviously they're going to start complaining about not having enough workers relatively soon. That is the intent, because we want to use that to drive population growth. In fact, we'll extend Victoria Hills over to this entire area. And you know what? We'll actually... Well, maybe we won't. We'll consider how we want to do that. But right now we've got that high line going through there. We've got a high line going through there. Yeah, I would like to keep this low and fill it ideally with low density. But we may not have that option. We may need more people.
Imagine planting a money tree in the ground and watering it. Hold on. Imagine if you had a money pet and you fed it more money, and after digesting it would...
And again, there's still industry demand, so that might be an issue for over here.
You know, just come in and talk to us. We have even more metaphors that
you have trash issues? Seriously, if there's a waste transfer facility right here, I'm sure that's going to sort itself.
Hey there, friends. Today I've been thinking about weather. That cozy feeling you get when the world outside is softened by rain, and all the sounds just blur together under the gentle drumming of the clouds.
There's part of me that would already love to level this entire area just for an airport, but
you know,
there's no real point in leveling it now before we can even consider putting that airport in, especially when we're running 4,000 a week negative, even with 7.5 million. Because that'll dry up faster than you can bat an eye if you're not careful. I will be right back, though. The wilderness is calling. And I'm back. I assume numerous large catastrophes probably happened while I was away. Well, not large catastrophes, but likely our expected either no goods or no workers. Not enough educated workers. We're still working on that. Probably going to get the same complaint from just about every commercial building in here, right? Yep, not enough educated workers, not enough educated workers. Well, again, we're working on that. May also be that there are simply not enough workers in general. Because again, we do, I think, have like a 3% unemployment and, yeah, 65,000 people, 30,000 jobs. We don't even have 30,000 people that can take those jobs, so we do need more population. Let's wait till the rain subsides. Or at least until the sun comes out, and then we'll start filling this in with a little bit of low density. Just to give us a few thousand workers more. And maybe with a bit of luck, actually push us over that fabled 70,000 mark. Now, how did this turn out now? That works much, much better than just going straight from this to that. What's that? Is that high? That is actually high density, okay. We may, again, knock down these or limit their level. Although I think this is... Was this tourism or are these... No, those are residential buildings. Yeah, we did eventually connect that. High or low density. I think the way this is coming down so nicely, though, we really, really want to put low density in here. Just make this like a nice little shore, semi-shoreside place to live, so to speak. But that also means then that we need to, and this is going to be the hard part, delete a significant amount of this district from the inside out. And that's exactly what we didn't want. We're just having to get so close to the road in some spots that it's going to screw us over a little bit. Obviously we can go right down the middle and take that out. That's not going to be a problem. And just knock this out as close to that road as we can. And this district in the middle actually won't even be named or anything because there's no reason to. Because all it's going to be is low density residential that can build up as high as it wants. Although we may give it a name anyway, just for completion's sake. Let's see what name the game gives it. And of course, the game is gonna tell me, no, you're taking not enough, no, too much, no, that. Again, run this back through here, reconnect it. Make sure it's all still the same district. When the dust settles, So now we've got that. Now we can connect that up here. Honestly, not even too worried about any buildings on the side that may decide that they need to be a different height after all. Yeah, and then we'll go in with a nice big 2-lane roads all the way up to the end. Assuming the zoning is reasonable. Not as reasonable as I would have hoped, so we will have to add a cul-de-sac or two. Well, this whole thing is basically a large cul-de-sac, so why did I do that? That was kind of stupid. Well, it doesn't matter. Not a major issue. We'll just connect that over here like that. And run a second cul-de-sac off of here. And now Oak Square is also ready for people to move in. And who am I to say, no, don't. No, of course, please, move in. Be my guest. In fact, we'll even give you this little chunk here. How about not that? That'll stay high-density resident, high-density commercial. No, actually, for exactly that reason, we won't give you that little chunk here. Or this one there. But now you can take the entire rest and just move in. What we will do, though, just to make sure you don't all stay dumbasses forever, is add in a little elementary school over here. You guys have enough in the way of high schools, don't you? Yeah, there's one right there. I mean, come on. It's gotta be worth something. Although it doesn't actually have access to anything in here, so you know what? We'll give you your own little high school. Right across from the elementary. Give you some nice big parks. Well, not too big. If we make them too big, then we'll completely run out of room for anybody to move in, and that will be more than just a little bit counterproductive. For example, here, a small park. Put a small playground right next to the elementary school. That should be enough as far as parks and stuff go. I'm hoping. See how blue all this gets. Reasonably. So we'll put another little playground or doggy park or something up here. Or maybe one of those tea gardens. We haven't used one of those in a while. Maybe put a tropical garden out here somewhere. That's not a tropical garden. You know, somewhere like basically on the strip, so to speak. Those people are, well, then again, that's commercial area, so they're probably not happy for other reasons. What we'll do exactly, we'll add like a fishing pier here out on the... And that should make a few people happy. At least assuming we can connect it. What's the story now on Park Happiness? These people are really, really hard to deal with, if I don't mind saying so. And I definitely don't. We'll just put a doggy park right in here next to the other one. And that problem is solved. Or not solved, but at least
Colossal Ore.
made
We are the leading
smaller.
producer of minerals, ore, and natural resources, which means you're benefiting from our services,
put a
whether you know us or
Park
not.
over here
No matter
somewhere if
what
I can
our
fit
critics
one.
say, at Colossal, we care
That's
about
not.
our
None of
employees,
these are going to
as
fit
well as our
reasonably well.
customers, which is why we work so
Other
hard
than
to get
the
our
doggy park or a
miners
Japanese
back
tea
in the
garden or something
mines
like
where
that.
they feel at home.
So,
Together, we
wait a
can
sec. Do we have a
reunite
floating
minerals
cafe
with
yet?
the
I
people
don't think
who
we
love
do.
them.
So we'll
Colossal
just
Ore.
put
More
one of those
than ore.
right here, where it's already connected.
This is deep thought. Welcome back to the deep.
Should also get a significant amount of tourists being that close to the what's it called? To the harbor. In fact, we'll put another one over here, just because we can. Connect that up with a road here. And so that these people from over here can also use it, just for like their lunches and whatever. We'll add a little pedestrian path in here. Not long, just long enough to actually count as a path. Just so people can walk from here straight over to here to the floating cafe and actually reap some of the benefits of it. And our low density back in here is coming in nicely. What is that? That's the Institute of Creative Arts. Ah, so that's their high school. Okay. That looks pretty cool. In fact, you know what? Since we're still getting so much industry demand, and we're also getting issues with offices, with commercial not having enough people, what I'm actually going to do is zone all of these buildings in between the highway as offices. We're actually, I think we're going to go so far as to make this an IT cluster. Just to see how high we can get the buildings between the highways. So of course that's going to need a districting tool again. It's probably going to completely wreck all sorts of things on either side. Although we may be able to get through here with relatively little grief. That's just drawing that district over, which is not necessarily a bad thing. You are also going to be an office. You are between the highways. Oh, now this is going to get disgusting. So I need to go over here and grab extra space that I don't actually need. Or even want. Just so that that district doesn't screw us over. That said, all of this is normal commercial, so that's not actually a problem that I have to do things with that district. The problem is that I have to do things here. This is not running the way I want it to. I may just leave it. Considering that most of the buildings that are affected aren't actually in that area up there, so yeah, you know what? This is what we'll do. I've figured this out now. There, we've got that, and now we'll just come down here, likely deleting a little bit of that, and I think that should work. Elizabeth Park is now office space. It's our IT park. Now we just need to do the actual zoning in between. And that's going to be the easy part. Where was that one building that was in the kind of like nestled under the... There it is. Some of these may actually wind up not even so small. Some of these may actually turn into like mini high-rises. But for example, like exactly this noodle store or whatever it is, Giga Store, that's just going to go now. Because that is now office space, right? Right? So why are you not going? Thank you. Thank you for doing that before I had to pull out the bulldozer. Exactly, and this is what was the idea, to get these just coming up in between the highway. So that we get buildings there. Yeah, this is turning out almost exactly the way I wanted it to. Oh, fire. Good point. Do we have fire services up here? We have a reasonable amount of fire services up here. But we could use some that are more central. So we'll pop in a fire department and a police department right here. And what's a story on healthcare? We may... Yeah, we don't have any hospitals at all over here, so that's obviously something we're going to want. At least that's my theory. Probably on one of these main roads that goes all the way through, like this one. This one will now be a 4-lane that goes all the way through, and we'll put the hospital on it. Obviously it's going to tell us the distance is too short there, but that's not an issue because we can lengthen that distance. And since we're going to have to rezone all of that once we plop in that 4-lane, we'll just leave that the way it is right now. And first, upgrade this road. And then we'll look at the zoning when we're done. Oh, that's going to be a problem. That 4-lane road is actually going to be prohibitively wide. We may not even get a hospital in. What do we have over here that's causing us grief? We have a mortuary. That's not going to cause us that much grief. Just take it out and put it back in. Nothing as simple as that. So zoning now, we have to redistrict some stuff. or rezone some stuff, I should say. Not just rezone significant things. Sorry if I'm a little bit quiet right now. I'm trying to concentrate just a little bit so that I don't wind up dezoning or rezoning things that I actually don't want to change. Like for example here, that I obviously want to hit, that I want to hit, that I want to hit, I want to hit that, and that. Over here, we go for the high density. And that should be less of an issue because there was less stuff and moved. But what could be an issue is this pure size of that clinic. Now we've got all that upgraded. Do our zoning again. Not a fan of the fact that it's taken away from high density, but sometimes you have to die one death, and that's probably the best of the choices. And this was actually on the other road, so that's low density. And that should be the repairs we needed after putting in the hospital, and now we'll just connect some roads up so that the rest of the people here can also get to it. Like that one, and that one. Yeah, there's another road over there anyway, so that's ideal. That means just about anybody should be able to get to the hospital now. Obviously, it cost us this road and some zoning. And I think overall that's going to be worth it. Because these people now also have services, which means they'll upgrade their homes, which means more people will move in. It all hangs together. Yeah, so an upgrade arrow. I see some removing out signs. Now what this place basically needs now, though, is some sort of a big landmark. Not like an Empire State Building type landmark. Well, actually, yeah, something like an Empire State Building type landmark. We don't necessarily want to use the actual Empire State Building, though, or Pinoa Street, whatever that's supposed to be. Thinking that might be a little bit too much. That would probably fit just as badly. That will work. What is that? That is the high-rise office building. But what we of course need for that. What's the story on noise pollution? Noise pollution 15. We can live with that. So what we'll do is we'll actually throw that in somewhere over here. No, we won't. So we'll actually go for this even higher one here somewhere in... Yeah, that's the problem, is that I don't have much in the way of IT offices here in the center of town. This is all residential. So putting a huge office building in there obviously doesn't quite look right. Then again, we are going to get a new commercial center over here when we put in the airfield. But those offices also do seem to be reducing our industrial demand, which is normal, I might add. Two out of 2 workers. Well, that's an insane amount of people. That's not an issue. At least I don't consider it to be one yet. Every time I look at this Creative Arts Institute, I think it's like some sort of weird like Fachwerkhaus or meeting hall or something like that from this side.
At the Forest Foundation, we care about 3 things. Tree things, nature things, and the third thing, bird things. The homes of native birds are being destroyed at an alarming rate. That's why our goal is to give a birdhouse to every
that's right.
bird
I
on Earth.
probably
Humans stopped living in trees
completely
ages ago.
forgot.
It's time we invited birds indoors.
Here
with
we've
the rest
already
of
got
us.
one.
Do your part and text Dirty Birdie to 3030
The
to
whole
donate a bird
topic
bath to
of
30 birdies.
traffic lights.
You can either be part of the problem,
And I
or
get a
you can
feeling
be
I
with
may have
us,
forgotten
the
that
Forest
more
Foundation.
often. Yeah, exactly. I forgot that
Gaze at a gazelle.
the whole time
Lock
while we
eyes
were
with the
putting
lemur.
in
Shake hands with the turtle.
these
At the city zoo, you can
on and
experience
off
the
ramps,
wild in our wildest
so
exhibition
I can
yet.
probably
Come down this weekend to
just
meet our
slip
newest
down
addition,
here
a
and get
three-toed
rid of a
sloth named
huge amount
Barbara.
of traffic lights.
She'll hook you with her smile.
There's one, there's
and
one.
hook you again with her curved toes, used to grasp
There's one
trees
I
in the
almost
wild.
missed.
After that, take a gander at another new species. A
There's
new type
another
of
one.
bird previously identified as a different type of bird due to a
There's
zoological
one.
error. Fun for the whole family.
And there's probably
Look
one over here
and
now
get a
too.
free
Yep.
handful of pellets to feed the fish. Limit 4 per family while supplies last.
And I
We'll
almost
look forward
guarantee
to
there's going to
seeing
be
you
one or
where
2
the
in here.
animals live in
No,
rooms
they
painted
didn't
to
do
look
that.
like
Okay.
home. The City Zoo.
That's where I would have actually expected them to definitely put one in. And
All
once
here
again, we're
working to
getting the
build
pinging of
ourselves a
upgrades.
future, and I know it
We're
can be
getting
easy
more
to
people
lose sight
moving
of
in
your goal.
faster.
It's hard to imagine, but one day you'll be looking back at these times fondly, secure in the fruits of each long hour you spent studying. Here's a little something to set the scene. Let's all share a moment of nostalgia for a past that's yet to come.
And we're slowly getting to the 60,000 to the 70,000 people mark. Just out of curiosity, what's the story on tourists? 850, so we're not super attractive for tourists, but we are getting there. Obviously, that's going to increase over time a little bit. But I think for the most part, we're more or less doing on course. Ah, now we have 20,000 income again. So yeah, the income apparently is just fluctuating up and down. I'm going to assume with imports, exports, tourism. In fact, while we're looking at income, expenditures and stuff like that, let's take another look at our public transportation. 1,340 people on that line. Oh my god. 2,000 people where? At that stop? That's in the middle of nowhere. Okay. So I guess we'll once again pump up the volume. Jesus, 2,000 people at that one stop. That's of course an insane number. And that definitely warrants more vehicles. In fact, I'll actually put a fifth one on here just to make sure that they don't get overpowered by the sudden influx of people coming from the other side. Yeah, and choppers, as dumb as it sounds, really the only reasonable choice is just to send out as many as we possibly can. Because we have hundreds of people waiting at those stations. Which is another way of the game just trying to tell us, dude, put some buses in. And I'm starting to think the game might be absolutely right. Yeah, we've basically taken away most of the people from our trains, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but yeah, obviously with the helicopters having a much smaller capacity, it requires a much larger number of vehicles. We could take this area and put in trolley bus stops, or a little bit more metro, or of course normal buses. In fact, I think this side is even hurting for taxis. And a post office, for example, is something that they could probably also definitely use another one of. Because post offices are services. And so adding in post offices also helps your buildings to upgrade. Add in one over there and put in another one maybe over here. And then everybody should have access to post services again. And in fact, what we'll do, we'll even start working with one of these. If we can fit it in somewhere. Of course, now we're getting slope, too steep issues. Oh, that'll work. Just put that in the middle of the industrial area, and that should improve post sorting significantly. Because here they actually have a reasonable connection to most of the city, although it might be a better idea. It might actually be a better idea to drop that right there, or drop one right there at least. Where was that? Those were in transport. That's right. It's too big to put in there. Okay, so that idea is toast, because we have too many other large things in here that we just can't reasonably move. No, we'll just leave it where it is. Again, it's post office, so it's just another service for people. Lets the buildings upgrade a little bit faster, gives people a little bit more incentive to move in. $67,000 people, slowly but surely climbing towards those 70,000. And with the post buses, we probably just also caused another traffic issue. Oh, that's right. Wait a sec. We can also upgrade this to 4 lanes then, which would at least slightly sort that issue. I was so worried about outgoing traffic before that I completely forgot that we do also have incoming traffic that can usually benefit from the same tricks. I think that was an issue. Yeah, I couldn't upgrade that. No, that is 4, but it's 2 going off. That's right. Why is it actually 2 going off? It only really needs to be 1. And then we can turn this back into 3. And that should sort some of that incoming traffic at least. It's 1 lane going off and then they're going down into 2. That's of course bullshit. We can definitely make this 3. Just to get some of the lane switching out of here. Yeah, but overall we just need to start adding public transport to get people out of their cars. It's really the only truly reasonable solution at this point. In fact, no, I'll zone those as offices. And I missed one. Of course I missed one. Oh, an income dipping down 10,000. That's a lot farther than we want to see it go down. Is this filling in? Yeah, but not completely. Well, yeah, it is almost completely filled in. It is. So basically we're waiting for these to upgrade or what's going on? I guess, yeah. But we are getting 100 people a week moving in. In fact, what we can do really quick, just to unlock that posh mall, and also it'll have the advantage that people will move in a little bit faster. No tax rate above 4%. Obviously that's going to completely tank our income, but we should have the posh mall in a very, very short order. Because I think all you have to do to get that is actually just set those all down that far for seconds. Maintain for 20 weeks. Okay. And I guess we'll set them up to 3% each, so we don't completely tank our income. Does have the advantage that we'll probably hit that milestone. Now that's 4%, that's too much. Okay, so now we have to maintain this level for 20 weeks. I'm not even sure I want it, but I just figured that now we're actually at it. 20 weeks, that's $2 million that's gonna cost us. Oh my god. It's good that we have a reasonable buffer. If we were trying to get this and we only had, like, what do I know, 3 million in the bank or so, that would be a death sentence. But I'm thinking at the latest, when the airfield goes in, we're probably going to want to start putting in things like these, like the Posh Mall. I'm going to scroll out a little bit, see if that doesn't increase the speed. Because I want to get these 20 weeks over with as fast as possible.
Can you hear it? Listen closely. It's the sound of
The nice thing again is that with our tax rates that low,
Pop soda
a
refreshment.
lot of people are going to want to come in.
Pop soda. Belch the best.
So we may actually hit that milestone before we get the Posh Mall.
Thought of the day is that you should leave that dial right where it is. Welcome to the Deep Focus channel.
Already down to 6,900,000. Just 2 weeks. That already cost us. 3 weeks. It already cost us almost what, 2/3 of a million or half a million, something like that. I still think it's weird that I don't already have this unlocked, though. That's actually what wonders me the most, is because the Posh Mall, the Lazarette Plaza, things like that, they're permanent unlocks. You basically unlock them once. And again, I've got things like the Disaster Memorial, the Climate Research Station that come with much more gameplay. So I'm a bit surprised that I don't actually have those unlocked. I think the Observatory I also don't have unlocked. Exactly, Plaza of the Dead is not unlocked. Lazarette Plaza is not unlocked. Statue of Industry, yeah, we'll eventually get that for sure. Just out of curiosity, what's the story with... Yeah, here we need the airport. Okay, that's a non-issue. Crime rate over 50%. That basically reduce all police funding to nothing. Because I think you have to hold that for a few weeks. Unemployment rate over 50%. 1,000 abandoned buildings in the city. 7 universities. And universities, not those trade schools that I put in. Those actually don't count. 5,000 children in elementary schools. Okay, that's gonna happen anyway. Construct an airport, gonna happen anyway. 300 city service buildings. I know I had all of these open, because half of my things, like the city service offices, I know what I cheesed that by just building like 10,000 little police stations or something like that. 3 instances of high school. Okay, that's gonna happen anyway. if I actually build high schools and not those creative arts thingamajiggies. Obviously, there's someone who appreciates the traditional look. Okay. I'd like to get a few more people in, but I don't necessarily want... You know what? We'll just remove the high-rise band from here. And that should actually... Because having it on that side is not a problem. Oh, why do we all of a sudden get water issues? That's unexpected. Remove the high-rise band and suddenly nobody has water? That is not the way that was supposed to work. Now we'll just start putting these on the other side as well. In fact, we'll just go straight for a quartet. Suck away the land in front of them, the way we always do. Welcome to the channel, or I should say the ditch. Just getting deeper and deeper and deeper every time I build one. Oh, and in some spots it's actually already dry. So we need to remove some of this shoaling just to let the water flow in even better. Because sucking it in violently apparently isn't enough. Move some of that. Deepen the water overall here a little bit. Now, water availability should theoretically not be a problem for a long, long time. Now, getting rid of that water, that could be a larger issue. Advanced inland water plant. For a second there, I thought it had its own road. Put 2 of those in there, at least for the time being. That should definitely give us enough capacity. Or, yeah, water availability and sewage treatment just went up. Didn't go up quite to the level. We can use more sewage treatment. So we'll use more sewage treatment. If we can find a place to put it. I was kind of hoping to be able to plump one over there. Well, I guess we're going to put those in here. Huge water treatment and waste disposal area, slowly but surely. But yeah, we've got almost enough sewage treatment. We may still need 1 or 2 more of those. But I think I'm going to do that a little bit differently. Where's the advanced? And we'll just drop it, another one over here. In this office area where nobody really cares. Now that should definitely be enough. Yeah, now we actually have more water treatment than water pumping, so I just hope we don't actually need to build all too many more water pumps. We can put 1 more, like right up in here. Just connect that up like so. And of course, dig the ditch. Yeah, that should be a little rock there that we might want to get rid of. Just so none of these fishing boats get stranded on an outcropping. Okay, so we've got that. We've got 69,000 people. We're basically on the doorstep to having our airport over here. What's the story on that posh mall? That was what, here? Oh, I've already got 11 weeks past us. So soon we can put that posh mall in. I'm thinking we may want to drop that in over here somewhere in the commercial area, because this commercial area is a bit devoid of interesting landmarks and things. Like, for example, we could put a disaster memorial park over here. Put a friendly neighborhood park over here, if we can find room for it. It may not be as user-friendly as the name initially lets you think. Yeah, we're not going to fit any of those over here anymore. And I don't want to take away from that residential zoning. So we'll just add... We'll just add nothing. I was hoping to get a little bit more. Fantastic Fountain is also too big. Casino anyway. Nothing there that we could use. Obviously the gates to the city are kind of pointless over there. That would almost be something to put like right here. Or even better here, but you know, probably can't fit it. Although, maybe. No, there's just absolutely no way that's going to fit in here anywhere except maybe right there. And I think, you know what, these people are hurting a little bit for leisure up here anyway. So we'll just drop that in there. Right in front of that crossing. But we were actually looking on something else to put over here. That was the plan. So maybe we can find... The tax office is relatively small. That might fit. Yeah, we can get a tax office in over here. The lungs of the city. Theoretically put those in the middle of a commercial area, but that's actually a pretty huge park, yeah. We're not really going to get very far with that. Old Market Street is a topic for itself. It can be astoundingly hard to find a spot for that. This would, of course, be a third addition over here, which we could definitely consider if we can find room for it in a reasonable spot. Which would only really be over here somewhere. But we can do that, actually. Let's just see how far we can go. We'll just plop that in there. And I'm not too sure I like the way that changes the skyline. Ah! Doesn't actually look too bad. Maybe if we can get something of a similar size over, like, right in here. Like maybe one of those new DLC buildings. Or the Eddie Kavango. That's not high enough for here. That's way too high for here. One of these a little bit, yeah, that's looking about the size we're looking for. This would probably be a good time to go into free look mode with the lightning storm and everything. Starting to look reasonable. What are we getting here? Not enough buyers for fish, so we do need population. That's our big hurdle right now. But I don't want to start building a new section because I actually wanted to end the stream at around 3 in the morning and it's already 1/4 past. So I was kind of hoping that we were going to get a little bit more done before then. So we'll just let this run for a few more minutes while I finish drinking my beer. And I think then we'll call it quits for today. Probably just short of that last milestone. But I don't really consider that to be a problem. I mean, we've got basically 2 small cities running. Exactly, that's on the topic of running. We do want to stop that tax rate as soon as this Posh Mall becomes available, and that should actually happen, yeah, right about now. Very, very soon. TM. Come on. Almost there. Only a couple days. And now we stop everything. Now that we have that. And of course set our tax rates back up to 12%, where our citizens are comfortable and we are earning money. Because you can see we're down to 4.5 million. We started at 7.5, definitely above 7, and not low, not like 7,071. So that cost us about $3 million. Obviously, if you would do something like that very early, it would cost you less money. Unfortunately, if you do it too early, you're also going to tank your economy to the point where, yeah, you're screwed. And as far as screwed goes, we are also running out of electricity. But since this is now connected and they absolutely do not care about noise, we're actually going to put in, what are these geothermals? They actually only output 80 megawatts a week. What's this? This is ocean thermal energy, right? Yeah, but there's a huge amount of noise pollution connected with both of those, exactly. But this outputs 240 a week for 2,200. This outputs 80 a week for 1,000. So, yeah, that geothermal energy plant is going to get torn right down. And we are once again going to use one of our standard pairs of solar. Well, not the pair there, but we're at least going to use one. There, we can get the other one in right there. Maybe we can still get one in on this curve somewhere. No, we can't. So you know what? We're actually going to put a geothermal in there. A geothermal plant. 2 geothermal plants in there just because we can. Shouldn't be massive costs. It shouldn't be something we can't afford. Especially now that our tax rate is back up.
That's where final insurance comes in.
And power and yeah, we now have 1.7 gigawatts. We're only using 1 gigawatt, and we have 1.5 million liters of capacity, or cubic meters, I should say, and we're only using like 800. So water and power should be sorted for the foreseeable future.
It's hard to imagine, but one day you'll be looking back at these times fondly, secure in the fruits of each long hour you spent studying.
And we're only 500 people away from being able to put in an airport.
Let's all share a moment of nostalgia for a past that's yet to come.
Why is that building abandoned? I'm going to assume it's commercial and it's a worker issue. Boom. Yep. That assumption was spot on. But it's nice to see them finally using this highway, even if not anywhere near to the extent that they're using this highway. But what's nice is that this highway seems to have phases, where a lot of people want in, a lot of people want out. So there is apparently a significant amount of rush hour traffic, because I do have the match day DLC installed. So you get things like, which allows me to put in a football stadium, for example, and then you actually have matches going on every so often. I think it's like once a month or once every 2, it may even be once every 6. And the thing with the match day DLC as well as the concerts DLC is that it actually does create more traffic at those points of time, at the point where you have a concert going on or moving up to a concert, as well as before and after football games, or if you have universities installed with varsity sports, the football games, track and field matches, swimming events, things like that that they can offer, they all actually use that whole match day mechanic, which means those are points in time where you just get significantly larger amounts of people trying to get to that specific building. Obviously, you can build around that. Like, for example, if I were to put a stadium in, and I were to just take lines directly off of these two highways, then obviously I can control the way people are getting to the stadium. Everybody's going to go in off the highway, and that can make a lot of sense. The alternative is also just to plop it in somewhere and see what the hell happens. That generally goes very, 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 very wrong in my experience. But then again, my experience is mostly as a noob, so... Really, they didn't have room to build anything else, so they just... Totally, some land developer just said, okay, we have way too much money, we have way too many prefabricated parts, so let's just create a whole row of these. Actually, looks kind of hilarious in between these two ultra high rises. We've got 9 households in there, got 10 in there, probably got 2 in there, yeah. But that's still a level 5 building, right? Right. We're only just under 300 people away. These are still upgrading, so we will eventually get more people in there. These have actually all upgraded, so really it's only a question of how much room can they actually offer people, because it doesn't appear that they're running at capacity. They do all appear to have at least like 1 or 2 or even 3 apartments still empty. So I think as far as population growth goes, at least to the point where we can get the airport, we should actually be just fine. But what we are doing, we're basically, so to speak, locking ourselves in at a target of 70,000 people. What I mean by that is not that that's a bad thing. That means that we're just aiming for that target, and we're probably going to hit it with what we have right now as far as the city goes. But any expansion above that will almost certainly require us to build more residential, and with that, of course, more commercial, and we definitely need to start building more industrial, otherwise the commercial isn't even going to have anything to sell. That's possibly an issue we're already having, although commercial can import goods. That's not necessarily a problem. Like I said, I think yesterday, definitely one of my previous streams, you can run a city that actually only has offices and some local produce and other commercial. That will work, but you just get a huge influx of cargo traffic because all of your commercial goods have to come from outside. And that's really the basic, the main bonus to having your own industry, is that you have better control over the traffic, because you can decide where your industry is, what routes they need to take to get to your commercial zones. And again, I was dabbling with the idea of putting in buses, and if you remember right, we did add a intercity bus station here, so we can actually put bus stops on this line. And I think tomorrow we're going. I've got a few ideas over here for trolley buses. So the main idea being that we could send one going around basically here, one going around here, maybe one going around here. So obviously also including this area up here. And that would be a much better way for people to transfer to these metro stations and rail stations and helicopter ports that we have basically scattered along this coast. But I actually think we only have one metro station up here, and I'm not even sure that was on purpose. I think it was more of a necessity type thing, or just, yeah, it was stupid to not have it. I'm not even sure. Let me check. That's roads, post offices. Where's my metro? Yeah, exactly. We dropped the metro station in here. But we really, in the midterm, are going to wind up extending this over here to the airport. We'll probably end up with another commercial zone up here, so we'll definitely end up with another metro station in here. And yeah, probably then here about, we'll put another one in and then connect those up. Here we actually, yeah, that's right, here we still have 2 metro stations that are completely unused, that are just standing there waiting for somebody to actually use them. And since they're not doing anything, we may as well save ourselves $500 a week by deactivating them until we do actually start using them. The other one I know was up here somewhere, but I can't quite remember where. Let's see if I can find it from the air. There it is. Got it. And eventually I'm going to start renaming the metro stations and lines and just turn this into a city that's starting to look more and more like a real city. In fact, you can actually see how that's happening, because a lot of this, for example, was not really districted before, and in fact a lot of it still isn't. But we're just slowly but surely starting to work with the planning tools that we actually have. Just because they are there for a reason, and they do actually help. $100 more people. We're probably at the point. Yeah, we still have some buildings upgrading though, so we do still have some capacity for more growth, because these probably still aren't all full. No. 20 households, 5 households, so that's at least another 15 people. Because a household, I think in this household, a game is actually 4 people. It's basically a nuclear family: mommy, daddy, 2 kids. So I think, let's check our demographics just to make sure we're not crashing into a death wave right now. Well, we do have 28% seniors, so we will wind up with a significant amount of deaths relatively soon. Let's see when that's going to happen. I still don't completely understand this massive peak, and I am totally afraid that it might come back. In fact, we're at about the time where it might start to come back, so theoretically our death rate could just completely spike in a few. But what's interesting is that this death rate, you know what that was? That was the 4%. Now I get it. That was the 4% water pollution issue. I'm almost certain that that's what that was, because water pollution is one of the few things you can do that will actually kill your citizens regularly and without fail. And we did have a 4% water pollution. So I get a feeling that's actually what that spike was people just drinking the bad water until I figured out what the flip was going on. Because other than that, there were no real changes at that time. Yeah, there was. There was another change basically over... Yeah, because what happened, when people started dying, people started moving into the empty houses. And when they stopped dying, yeah, then people stopped moving in, so that the influx actually that would correlate to what actually happened there. And if we get, yeah, and we have a dip in population at around the same time, although that spike was actually here. We were actually still growing in population despite that spike in death rate. Now that's interesting, because that was a massive spike. Now that's curious. But okay, we'll just let it run and see what happens. You can actually test that. If you want to see your death rate spike, just go completely through the roof all of a sudden. Or if you want to get like one of the buildings opened up where you have to have city health, I think under 20% or something like that. That's real easy. Just take a water tower and put it in a place like this where you have massive ground pollution. I guarantee you will have people dying like flies within minutes. And again, there are some achievements, some of these buildings that you've noticed, that you've almost certainly noticed while we were scrolling over them, especially the ones where I wondered, why don't I have that open yet? For example, things like the Statue of Industry. Okay, 10,000 squares of industrial zone, that's going to happen anyway. But the Lazarette Plaza, that's one of those areas where you really want, where you want to consider tossing in a water tower like that. Alternatively, if you want to play it a little bit safer, just deactivate all of your medical care facilities, or basically defund them. Because you can also get effects like that by going here into your budget and just saying, you know what? You people are too healthy, and you just ram this down to 50%, and I guarantee you people will start to be getting sick relatively quickly. If you have a medical care system that's already running more or less at capacity. As you can see, what we have here, we have 06 citizens. We have healing bed capacity for 2,000. For oh my god, that's that last milestone we wanted. Wonderful. That is awesome. That gives us the Metropolitan Airport, which is going to give us all sorts of other fun things to play with. Let's just pause this quick. What was I saying? Exactly, but I have heal capacity for 2,600 people, so a third, no, not a third, 3% of my population could all suddenly get sick at exactly the same time, and we would actually still have the healthcare availability to make sure those people don't get into unnecessary issues. While we're on the topic of healthcare availability, I just remembered we have elder care up here and child care, but we don't have it down here. So we'll drop some elder care in here if we can. Okay, then we're gonna have to drop it in the low density area, but that's okay because we've already reached our milestone that we were aiming for. So I don't consider that to be an issue. Put childcare right across the road. And those should, yeah, that should basically cover everybody that's not already covered in this area, which will of course raise health, raise birth rate. So let's see what happens. We're probably going to start losing citizens now again to under 70,000, but I think that's going to go back up to above 70,000 relatively fast. Not that that's an issue. We could go down to 0 citizens and still be able to take a look at our nice new Metropolitan Airport. Oh, that is very nice. The question is just, where is it going to look nicest and fit best? I think as far as the helicopter paths go and everything, it's probably going to be most prudent to place it right about here. Maybe here-ish. Just to kind of get the runways not going straight into the highway. And of course we get a slope too steep over there, which is the game's way of saying you need to do some terraforming. And so we will. What we'll actually do, we'll soften the main area first. This is going to take forever, so we won't soften it significantly. We'll just go straight for leveling. We'll go for that height and just level this entire area with a strong brush. Too much soil. Well, that means we then have to drop some of that again. And where do we drop soil? Always over here somewhere. We don't want to drop all of it, because we're probably going to need some for the leveling process again. Because not all of this is going to go down. Some of it is going to go up. And that's exactly the problem we have right now. Some of it doesn't want to go up because we don't have the soil to put it there. But I think this area should now easily accommodate our new metropolitan airport. Let's just see what happens. Oh, that is nice. That fits right where we wanted it to. And that looks nice as well. That's what I was talking about. Compared to the old airport, this just actually looks like an airport. And we have the helicopter paths coming in as well, so we can actually take those and add another stop on both of those helicopter lines. But what we have to do first is get to the aircraft, take a helicopter line and drag it over here. And so now we can take those helicopter lines drag that one to add a stop. Drag this one to add a stop on the other side. Oh, that's nice. And then they actually can just come flying back out over here. That's I'm not sure I like that yet per se, but I think it'll work. And then of course we're going to need roads to connect this up to anything. What we'll do for the time being, just to get it up and running at all, just because we now have it, we'll just take a slip off of here and a slip off of here. That'll allow this airport to get up and running without any actual, how should I say? Can we fit that on there? On one of those sides? No, we can't, but we might be able to fit it in here. No, that's just normal zoning from those roads, so there's not any, we can't put that like up to the, straight up to the front. If these were straight roads, we might be able to put it on here. But I don't really consider that to be an issue. This is an airfield. All it really needs is a little bit of power. Like from there. And of course it needs water. That's something we're probably not going to be able to get around. And you know what, just to make sure, we'll actually just cover the entire area. I'm fairly certain it's probably only the main building that needs water, but why dick with it? And then we'll run that straight over here. And now these people have a new metropolitan airport, and since we're already at it, we may as well connect up the metro line. And again, since we're already at it, and we'll drag that stop to move it. And move it right there. And now we'll drag this here to add a stop, and here to add a stop.
Owner of Tony Magones Steakhouse. And when people ask me where I get my award-winning meat from, it's from one place, Meaty Bits. No matter what you need, be it a smoked pig, goat by sunset, or a 10-foot alligator and a salty brine, Meaty Bits will get it to you fast with a smile. And
that's where our issue is. We're not being able to look at it from the right angle. Exactly. Now we've got two stops there. So now that line actually extends all the way out here. And we have a second metro here that we can actually use to run over here if we want to.
Italian leather.
In
Italian
fact, I
threading.
think we want to.
Pernu is Italian for jean jacket.
That's going to screw us over probably. Let's just get it running at all. I mean, we now have the necessary connections for it to run. Let's just
clothes, but not quite.
watch a plane or two land at our new airport.
This is your boy, Deep Thought, thanking you personally for joining us at the Deep Focus channel.
See when the first helicopters go over. Probably not going to be that group of choppers. It's probably not going to happen until the next group comes through, because they just have to figure out that first that they actually even have to go here. I think this one is probably going to turn off right now. No, it's not. Why? Ah, but that one is. So apparently it just takes a little time for your choppers to figure out what's going on. And what's nice is that this is actually going to slow them down a little bit, because they have to come in here and turn around. And so that might alleviate some of the chopper jam problem that we're having in other places. Assuming the choppers ever get out of those places in the first place. Because here, for example, we're still just getting that same issue over and over and over again. Here, same thing. Here, it's even more massive. So yeah, basically we have a rolling chopper jam. But again, maybe having to come in off here and then turn back around, maybe that's going to help us a little bit as far as that goes. I'd like to see the first actual plane land, see how many people come out. Also in part just to make sure that we're even underneath an air travel route, because there's always the possibility that the air travel routes go somewhere different and we're not even connected to those because we're too far away. That is always a possibility. But since they normally, at least on Paradox maps, tend to go through the more or less through or around the middle of the map, I think we should be able to tie into at least one, if not two. I hope we will see soon. Oh, we've only got it running at 1x speed. That is, of course, a significant part of why we haven't seen anything yet, because it's just going to take them forever to adjust and figure out there's an airport over here. It's interesting that the ones coming from the right don't seem to be interested in using the airport yet. I spoke too soon. There is one that came in from the right. So that's actually not one that's coming from the right, that's one that actually just already came back out of the airport. Spinny. Ah, and there we have the first, oh, 2 planes coming in even. 62 passengers, another 87 passengers. So it's going to be interesting to see how many of those people wind up in the metros, how many of those people wind up going to the helicopter stops, and how many of those people just jump in their car. Yeah, Chirper, we really don't want to see you right now. It's going to be interesting also to see where they go to. Now they choose terminals on opposite sides. And now that they're off and leaving again, there should be large amounts of people coming out, unless they're all just going straight to the metro, and that's absolutely possible, but no, here they are. Ah, and a lot of them are also going straight for the choppers. That's luxury, guys, huh? You get out of your plane and you don't even have to get in some dingy old bus. You just get into a nice helicopter that's already there waiting for you. As a result, a surprisingly low amount of cars coming out of here. My guess is that most of the people are either going to be jumping straight in the metro or getting straight on the helicopters. That's really just cute. Now we have an airport that actually earns the name. That airport now also has an issue. In fact, that airport is going to get numerous issues over time if I don't do something about them right now. And so we'll just add in the necessary services for a running airport right now. Those being a recycling center, police, and a fire department. I think a recycling center should be enough. Because again, it's only really this airport. We don't need healthcare over here, but we do want both police and fire, the big versions. Just to make sure. And we should probably delete these trees in between the runways. Just a little bit unrealistic, not to mention dangerous. I mean, can you imagine clipping the wing off one of these planes on the taxiway? I'm sure that's going to be a fun story to tell your kids. Oh yeah, I was in a plane once and it exploded on the runway. Nice thing is that since I started by bulldozing trees, it's not going to say, oh, well, you just moused over this, so I'll just bulldoze the airfield as well. Nice runway. I think we can leave those. We'll take that one out. And that should work just fine. They should be able to get off the runway without hitting trees. They should be able to taxi along the runway without hitting trees. If we really want to, we can put up a forest right when we're done with this. So, but I would like to see the recycling center send out somebody to pick up their trash, please. I don't care about anybody else's trash but theirs. Thank you for doing your job. In fact, we're going to add a one-way road in here. Just cycling back. Specifically for things like city services that may or may not want to get back. Or for people that just realized, oh, wait a sec, I wanted to stop. That is a one-way road, though, right? Yeah, that's a one-way road. You can go left, you can go straight, that's it. Not enough power. We'll just add a second one of these for now. That should definitely more than cover their needs. I wonder what this thing's gonna look like at night. And we're about to find out. Just out of curiosity, how many people is this? 200 people a week already being serviced by it. That means the number of tourists, yeah, we've got 1,100 tourists now. Be interesting to see how exactly they come in and out. But that's not something we're going to get. But what we can do is put just some cool, fitting, unique building right here, smack in the middle, so that tourists basically immediately have some place to go to if they want. I get a feeling it's not going to take very long for that building to get the first visitors. The other things... Oh, we got the Grand Mall? Ah, for 1,000 tourists, I think, something like that. could actually consider plopping that right here on the other side. It's a little bit too long to fit there. Oh, or the Pyramid of Safety is almost even cooler to put in here. In fact, I think that's what we'll put in. Because the Pyramid of Safety just looks cool. And we can terraform that. We know what level it was at. That'll just go in there. So you come into the city, and that's across from the airport. That's nice. I think that looks much better than having that huge high tower. Yeah, it appears we've put our chopper jams over here now, at least some of them. This is probably going to start seeing tourists really soon. Yeah, and this is operating reasonably well. 2 or 3 planes coming or going at any given time. Our citizens are also starting to use it, it appears. Whoops, that was one escape too many. Any other massive problems that came up while we were doing that? Not that we can see. What's the story on public transport, specifically metro and helicopter lines? That line is still running at capacity, and we still have 250, 350 people there, so that line still needs to run at capacity. Line 2 is the one that goes over to the new airport. And I'm going to say that this is the airport? No, it's not. Okay. The airport is actually considered one end. Well, of course it's considered one end. It is one end. So we'll let this run with what, 7 vehicles? In fact, probably less. Probably even do 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stops. Yeah, we'll run with 6 vehicles, see what happens. What just went coding? Oh, that was Chirper, okay. Trains, yeah, have basically become an afterthought. And helicopters are probably still going to be massively overused, right? Yeah, still hundreds of people waiting on helicopters. So what we need to do tomorrow is take some of the stress off of the helicopter lines. And that's basically the only way that can still happen reasonably. is one, by expanding the metro system a little bit. I think we have a stop up there. I'm not sure we have a stop over here. I don't think we do, but we can add one. But yeah, we basically have to expand our metro network a little bit, at least a little bit that we can, to get people off of the helicopters. And most importantly, we need to add bus lines. Without bus lines, any ideas as far as getting traffic away from here or down off of that, or who knows, are all basically just, yeah, they're jokes. Because buses are, each bus I think fits 30 people. That means each bus is, yeah, basically 30 people off the road. And since they're having an issue here, what we'll do is we'll add, how far is the residential away? Residential is over there. Can we add that in here-ish? Yeah, we can. So we'll see if we can't just drop that, like, basically across the road from there, just to make sure that that sign never comes up again. And let's see what the story is on the Pyramid of Safety. We have 46 tourists already. What we'll actually do, we'll zone some high-density general-purpose commercial over here. In fact, no, it won't be general-purpose. This will all be specifically tourism-oriented. Anything else is basically ignoring what this space is. That's leisure, and
Gaze
that's tourism.
Lock eyes
High
with a
density
lemur. Shake hands with a turtle.
tourist
At the
commercial.
City Zoo, you can experience the
We should
wild
get some
in our wildest
large
exhibition
hotels
yet.
in over here in
Come
this
down
corner where we
weekend
get the
to meet
4
our
and 4.
newest addition, a three-toed
Yeah, we
sloth
should get
named
2
Barbara.
large hotels,
She'll hook
3
you
large
with her
hotels
smile
off in this
and hook you
corner,
again with her curved
and the
toes
rest
used to
just
grasp trees in the wild.
basically
After that,
normal.
take a gander at another new species. A new
Interesting
type of
that
bird
that
previously
one
identified as a different type of bird due to a zoological
spot
error.
cannot be
Fun for
zoned.
the whole family. Book now and get a free handful of pellets to feed the fish. Limit 4 per family while supplies last. We'll look forward to seeing you where the animals live in rooms painted to look like home. The City Zoo.
Hey there, friends.
Yeah, that's ideal. We're getting some
That cozy feeling you get
pasta restaurants, 1 or 2 little hotels, and then over on this side we're getting a few more hotels.
But you know, sometimes you
Simon's Souvenirs. Simon's Souvenirs, directly at the entrance to the airport. That's like,
all of you out there
this guy's brain works. It just works. Put a little souvenir shop right in front of the airport. Nightclub right on the way out for people to relax after their flight. That's also something we're going to make historical. Seriously, Simon's and Sally's? Okay, yeah, these two are obviously in heated competition with each other, so we want to keep that around for a while. Simon's Souvenirs and Sally's Souvenirs. Oh my god, seriously. Sometimes I think the game is trolling me, but not necessarily in a bad way. Yeah, and we ended up with 2 Night Inn large hotels and a commercial center. That's only a high-density commercial building? Why is that only a normal high-density commercial building? Did my zoning not go far enough? My districting, I mean? Because that is some grade A bullshit. I have no idea how you got the idea we would want a normal high-density commercial building in there, but you were wrong. This guy is not getting my message, is he? Simon Souvenirs and Sally's Souvenirs. That's just hilarious. And here we got the Fiesta Hotel. Another hotel over here. Obviously some large hotels here. A Night Inn, a Hotel Hia, the Your Choice Hotel, another Your Choice Hotel. Maybe we should make it a Your Choice and a Their Choice. Here's another Fiesta Hotel. Apparently a large chain. Here's another Hotel Hia. It's probably going to be another one of these. Which is not necessarily something I'm looking forward to. I was kind of hoping for something different. Let's see if we can't bulldoze that and get something different. Are those hotels so close to the runway that they'll actually end up clipping planes' wings? Am I seeing that right? Because in that case, it might not be such a good idea to put those right there. We don't need planes losing their wings on the taxiway, and that's actually exactly what's going to happen. So no, let's not have that zoned for hotels. That little spot right there. Can actually have that zoned as low density. Just in the hopes that we can get something a little bit more conducive to having airplanes survive on the taxiway. Yeah, that's already looking much better. Take away these two plots that aren't being used. And in that case, this actually can become one of those Grand Hotel, Hotel Hia type thingies. That should be enough room for planes to taxi through. Although, you know what? I don't think it is. So we're actually going to go and remove this. Nobody can zone that close to the runway, and I think, in fact, we're actually going to remove this too. And if nobody can zone back there, then obviously this building also can go. And that should give us clearance for the plane wings. And here we're getting that Grand Hotel we wanted. Thank you. What's going in there now? Sally's is apparently a somewhat larger chain. And I think the wings just cleared that nicely. I'm not sure. They may have actually scraped along. We'll have to see when the next plane comes through. It's not like that was the last one we'll ever see. Ouch, did that just hit those cruise ships? It doesn't look like something you'd want to be part of. 258 people last week. Just out of curiosity, what's this harbor doing? 235. So we're getting basically the same amount of tourists coming in there as through there. Plus whatever is coming in off the roads, of course. But I think we've got that set up. I think that should work without anybody clipping their wings off while taxiing. Well, we've got 4 planes coming in now. Let's see what terminals they use. We may get our chance to find out right now. Here's where we find out. And that is... yeah, that is just barely missing our buildings. I was actually hoping to see it and not just go right past it. But I think that's just barely working just fine. Let it run for a little bit and see. Chirper right on top of the tower. Well, you know what? I'm actually pretty sure this is working fine, so we'll just leave it. If nothing else, we'll find out tomorrow that it's not working fine, and then we can still change it. And I think that taxiway should be clear. Sally and Simon again. Sally and Simon. 2 Sallys and 2 Simons. They are really in perpetual competition with each other. So we'll just... yeah. What started as these 2 shops fighting it out it turned into souvenir shops everywhere fighting it out. Sally's souvenirs, Simon's souvenirs. Just buy souvenirs, we don't care. Yeah, and again, like I said, we're probably going to be more or less locked at 70,000, and I think it went up to like 70,200 or something like that at some point, but yeah. This is basically where we were going to stop anyway. So I'll just turn this to cinematic camera and let the game tell its own story for a few minutes without me talking. So, and yeah, that has been our set of escapades for Fishburg for today. We've completed all milestones. We put up a metropolitan airport to get a few more tourists coming in. And so now that we actually have everything we could possibly want, with the exception of a few of the unique buildings that we haven't unlocked yet. Again, I think I should have unlocked them a long time ago. I'm fairly certain they are unlocked. Regardless, tomorrow we'll take this as a start point and turn this into a basically start turning it into its final form, so to speak. But yeah, I do hope you enjoyed this. If you have, please feel free to follow me here on Twitch. If you have any suggestions for what we should put in somewhere or for future videos, please feel free to use the suggestion box in my channel or comment on the video. And with that, I wish you all a wonderful evening. Stay healthy and stay safe. Cheers.